All right, good morning, everyone. So, we're going to start with singing of the national anthem, Guam hymn, flag ceremony. So, I'm not sure if we're going to have a singer. All right, so who wants to lead the singing?
Go for it, sir. We'll follow you guys.
Oh, okay, let's all stand. I can lead us with the American national anthem, and then somebody leads us with tomorrow, okay? We'll call on Will. We'll call on Will.
Yes. I'll stand with you.
Okay, here we go. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stars and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched, burst of gallantly streaming, and the rockets raised almost bursting in air, gave to the light that the flag was still there. Oh, sail the star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Amen.
Amen.
I'm not eating
Alright, we all seated. So, yesterday we all have one thing in common. We all, you and I both don't know what I was going to say. So, but today it's like we're all one big family, right?
Yes.
Woo! Man, I feel like I'm a charter school student. Or member, yeah.
Good.
So we want to welcome everyone once again. So another great day today. As you all know, this is an inaugural professional development. So when there's a first, there's got to be a second. And we'll hold Will Castro to a promise that will take us all off island. And not Coco's. Right? So this morning we'll start off with a presentation from the SIFA, the charter school. Take it away.
I love it so much. I love this stuff.
Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning.
I hope you enjoyed the first day of the professional development, and now that we're moving on the second day. I'm Freya Vidalion. I'm the Executive Office Liaison for CIFA, and I'm also the Program Director for First Legally Pacific. Today we'll be presenting a video. This will showcase the past FLL regional championship events that we had here in Guam. 2017 First Lego League Pacific Championship at Micronesia Mall. And if you will notice, I don't know if the CIFA staff noticed, two among our staff who came in full circle. So they were once participants in the regional championship, and they are now teachers at CIFA. I would also like to add that last year we have about 40 teams who participated and a total of 700 audience at the 2 Month Sands Plaza for the 2-day event that we had. And as we speak, I actually just received notification that the award is already on the mail right now, so we're going to claim it. So CIFA First Lego League Pacific received an award from First Lego League for having the most number of teams who participated in the regional championship. We are looking forward for more teams and schools who will participate in this year's season by Globe. So for First Lego League, every year we have a new theme. We're going to encourage the students and participants to address real-world problems by innovating, creating robots that will address those problems. So I'm looking forward for more participation from charter schools, and you can also participate as volunteers or judge for the event. We'll be having this event at Micronesia Mall on February 20. With CIFA being a technology school and we actually champion innovation, aside from the First Lego League, we are now launching the MIRA program for this school year. It's not just CIFA, but also Mount Carmel, and we would like to show you a short video of what MIRA is all about.
Let's go, Mira.
That's
Which students can move beyond simply reading about engineering and begin designing, building, programming, testing, and creating the same technical used by today's engineers and manufacturers. At Deeper Learning Academy Charter School, the future has officially arrived. Today, we are proud to introduce MIRA, Manufacturing and Engineering Education Reimagined for All, to CIFA's middle school students.
CIFA is breaking new ground as the pioneer school in Guam with teachers trained and certified to deliver both the MIRA 1 and MIRA 2 programs.
Our students will experience a multidisciplinary advanced curriculum covering modern engineering and advanced manufacturing, robotics, electronics, technical trades, and career readiness.
Where CIFA's teachers completed intensive hands-on training in the full merit curriculum. This was not a traditional lecture-based workshop. Our teachers offered machinery, programmed robotic tasks, tested materials, assembled electronic systems, completed technical challenges, and learned how to troubleshoot complex engineering processes.
The training challenged us to master every tool and understand how each lesson connects engineering concepts with real-world applications.
We returned to Guam fully certified, prepared, and excited to deliver MIRA 1 and MIRA 2 according to the world-class instructional standards.
This is the Ballroom P1S3 printer, which is truly will enjoy. Through this, the students can begin with a digital design, and once you finish, you can transform it into a physical idea, and that idea will be a prototype that will be printed here. And of course, with this one, you will learn how to design, prepare, print, evaluate, and do their creations through engineering and design process. Thank you.
This is the Nomad 3 desktop CNC machine. It is a fully enclosed, high-precision knitting machine capable of cutting wood, plastics, and soft metals. Unlike the 3D printer, which builds an object layer by layer, a CNC machine removes material to create a precise finished component. Students will learn how different manufacturing methods can be used to bring a digital design to life.
Using our mechanical testing station, students will test the strength, load capacity, and structural integrity of different materials and designs. They will not simply create something. They will collect data, evaluate performance, and determine how it can be improved.
Now we have here the robot, magician man robotic arm. Now this one introduces students to automation, artificial intelligence, coding, and industrial robotics, which is generally used today in the manufacturing world. Also, with this, students will program the robotic arm to complete specific movements and tasks, helping them understand, of course, how automated systems are used in manufacturing, logistics, and engineering, just like this. Look and see how the robot will move. And see how easy it is right now. There we go. Speaking of things as it's programmed to. Now we can do a lot of programs too, but for now, the basic stuff we can do in our CPA middle school children. There you go. Who's a good boy?
Students will develop computational thinking as they plan and sequence, test their program, identify errors, and refine the robotic path.
Only seeing a circuit in a textbook, students will connect components, measure results, identify problems, and discover how electrical systems work through direct experimentation.
Voyage Art and Vortex virtual reality trainers provide immersive and realistic simulations for advanced technical and trade-based learning. Students can practice their procedures, develop coordination, and receive immediate feedback, and understand workplace safety in a highly controlled learning environment.
Allow students to explore areas such as building and fabrication before progressing to more advanced applications. MIRA also teaches the professional skills that employees value: communication, teamwork, responsibility, problem solving, safety, awareness, and perseverance. Because this technical part is important, this is why we are glad that MIRA has given us this, because it's just easy to use. I'm pretty sure the students want to do it, they're going to be enjoying it, especially with the voice part. It's like playing a game, but when you're done with it, you'll realize how important manufacturing skills is in the future. Thank you.
So DOW has decided to pilot the MIRA program in Guam at both CIFA Learning Academy and Mount Carmel. CIFA Learning Academy was one of the schools selected due to the charter of CIFA, which is science is fun and awesome. And truly that is, the manufacturing elements of MIRA goes hand in hand with that. MIRA is designed to produce the next generation of critical thinkers and problem solvers, which is what the industry desperately needs. And CIFA's charter goes along with that perfectly, and that's one of the prime reasons why CIFA was selected to also be a co-pilot here from MIRA.
Two of our MIRA certified teachers, Mr. Rico and Ms. Alyssa. They will share their experience when they went to training in Virginia.
Good day, everybody. My name is Mr. Rico, as Ms. Rhea said. I've been with CIFA for quite some time, 3 years. Other than that, we did come from training 2 weeks ago in Ringgold, Virginia. It was really, really hands-on training. So we got to experience with all of the different equipment that we had and how it would help the students and the workforce on the island. So we know that we have a shortage with engineers and manufacturers here. What Mira does is it actually bridges the gap. So they actually work with Chamber of Commerce here on Guam to see how much people we need for those workforce. And then from there, our students will take an assessment, and if they pass the assessment, the Mira program will be shown on their resume, and it will actually help them get a job. Want to add anything to this?
Great job, Rico.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rico. Can you also give a round of applause for Miss Freya? Thank you for that awesome video. And just to let you know before I start sharing about our training is that she wears a lot of hats. She's our coordinator, the videographer, our director. She's everything behind the scenes and sometimes in front, which is awesome. So I just want to thank SIFA for this privilege to be to actually pilot the Mira program together with Mount Carmel. So what we can say is that we should all look forward to it because it's very fun and exciting. As you saw from the video, there's a lot of high technology equipment that we're excited to share with the students and with the teachers. Please feel free to come by if you can coordinate with our school and check out our equipment. Mira program is very hands-on. They provide support, they provide the curriculum, the step-by-step instructions to everything. So we are very blessed and lucky to have been trained for Mira 1 and Mira 2, so that once the students are done with Mira 1, they can step into the deeper dive into all those high technology, and hopefully in the future we can go on to the next step so that we can close that gap wherein, as mentioned by Mr. Rico, that Mira program actually went through this research, and what they saw is that there's this gap wherein our professionals nowadays currently have been retiring. Of course, we all grow up and retire, right? But then the next generation that is incoming, our incoming professionals, has that gap wherein we need to close. And the students needs to go through this training or this exposure so that they can have that interest of going into the manufacturing world. So Mira is offering that turnkey curriculum for us teachers for the schools, wherein we can have them exposed, we can have them experience those high technology manufacturing tools and engineering, wherein students can explore what they can be when they grow up. And this is a true story from our dedicated trainers, wherein there's this one student who has been failing in math, failing in science, failing in ELA. But once that student stepped into the Mira classroom, the Mira program, you can see how his eyes lit up because he knows that he can succeed in something, and he's really interested in one of our disciplines. And we actually have a lot. There's about 9 disciplines. If you notice all the equipment, there are disciplines intact through each. We have the 3D printing, the CNC machine, we have the electronics, we have, what else? The welding VR, which is one of the favorites, and so much more. And it's not just the equipment, but we will have them ready and prepared for their future career. They've been building up resumes, having them develop their skills, having them reflect into what they need to develop, what they need to improve on, what they need to know for them to go to high school, go to college, and eventually find their career in the future, and hopefully something related to manufacturing and engineering. So that's about it. Yeah? Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
So you said Mira you and Mount Carmel are collaborating or working with Mira. Is that the correct way to put it?
Mount Carmel is about to step into training. Miss Freya, I believe, would say more.
Okay.
So for Guam, it's Mount Carmel and SIFA who are piloting the MIRA program.
Okay. So that's how. Okay. Are you two the only ones on Guam?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's Mr.
That I have to check because from what I understand is that this project is DOW funded. So they determine like which schools are going to be partnering with MIRA.
This program came about, the program came about, and I was there at the meeting when DOD came in. And one thing that caught my eye is that they've had this program in Hawaii for a long time. And that the kids that graduated from the program, talk about kids, starting from 6th grade, just through high school, out looking for a job in the trade. They were making more money and demanding more per hour than kids that have already been, or adults that have already been in unions and in the trades already. So this MIRA program gives you a shot, gives the kids a dream, gives them a fighting chance to be something more than right out of high school. So I'm a huge fan of this MIRA program, and if you have the room and space, I will explore options to get that program into your school.
I have one more question, because this is the first I've heard of it. So is the MIRA program funded by Department of Commerce?
It's funded by DOW.
Okay. So what does Department of Commerce has to do with it?
Well, before MIRA came here to Guam, they actually have local partners where they did their research, like what's the need, and then they determined that Guam has the need for this MIRA program that will bridge the gap. Because like what the CEO of MIRA mentioned is that for the mainland, people who are working in the manufacturing industry, let's say the welders, they're already retiring, they're already old. But there's no next generation who have the necessary skills can take up those jobs when they retire.
Right.
So MIRA is trying to address that problem,
The gap.
and Guam is identified as one of the states or country that will be able to benefit from this program.
Okay, thank you. I'll do something today.
All right. Science is fun and awesome. Woo! Okay, we get to see some robotics that would brush cut and maybe a water blast. So stay tuned for that. Maybe next year we can demo that. So before we have the BTAX musical performance, I'd like to recognize once again all the charter schools who are here this morning. So let's have the Guam Academy. Are they in the house? Here we go.
Make sure they stand up, Mr. MC.
That's right. I learned.
Yeah!
I saw one.
Who's? I learned. Thank you, Mr. MC.
Okay, well, we saw some of the CFA folks. Where are the rest of the CFA?
Yeah!
Woo! So next year, CFA, you can bring your own robotic clappers. So it's gonna be okay. And I thought I was waiting for them to do the robotic dance. So okay, career tech. Career tech is in the house. Career tech. There you go. All right. Uh-oh.
Can we do one for our Deaf Academy? They clap.
Yeah!
Yes.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Well?
Mount Carmel
Yeah.
is in the house. Woo! D-Tax. Last but not least, hep hep, hurrah! One more, hep hep.
All right. Nice.
Is the D-Tax band ready yet? Almost?
Almost.
Okay. Well, we'll have Ms. Vanjie say a few words.
Oh, thank you. Not to take up anybody's time, but just want to mention two things. First thing is that lunch will be today, instead of 12 to 1:30, we're gonna move it from 11:30 to 1. So everyone, whatever you need to do, you need to be back here 10 minutes till 1 because we've got a long discussion with regards to the grieving, the anxiety, and with suicide. And then this morning we will have AI. Another thing is we're going to take a complete photo. We want to put this on the newspaper and the media. So later on today, before we have Mount Carmel do their, what is this? Their expertise or whatever they do. I apologize. Whatever they do this afternoon, before we do that, we're going to take a photo of all of us because I've asked Sunny to put this in the media. And so another thing that shines for the charter schools. And then please don't forget, because I'm not going to have Sally remind you guys in regards to your choice of your family, whether it be two families or one family, whoever you choose, just justify in a one paragraph why you chose this particular family, and we'll issue you a check. Okay? Just let us know this. This needs to be turned into Feli by tomorrow. No later than when, Feli? What time? Wednesday. Tomorrow. Yes, Wednesday tomorrow because I've already put aside the money and I need the money to be spent. Okay? Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Go to the next, the B-text. B-text.
Okay, the band needs another 5 minutes, so maybe we'll call on someone from D-Tax to represent and maybe introduce the band.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon is in the house. Here we go.
As you can see, these wonderful students over here, they're a little late and I'm a little angry, but that's okay because I'm pretty confident in what they're gonna do and what they're gonna show you. These guys have performed at MOSA's on Thursday nights. They have performed at the University of Guam's Blue Night where they won the People's Choice Award, and Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Jonah Cruz, they're actually planning a little tour in Japan for this school year, and where our students will perform in several cities. We actually have some of our graduates over there. Cami, raise your hand. She's one of our best singers. She just graduated a couple months ago. And while they're setting up, I guess I'll just kind of give you guys some updates on what's been happening at B-Tax. You might see us in the news over the next few weeks. There's several partnerships that we're going to be announcing. One of them that we're particularly proud of is we just finalized a partnership last month with the University of Guam. And this school year, we are going to be doing a pilot program with the School of Business and Public Administration, and where 5 of our students will be attending dual enrollment opportunities at the University of Guam.
Nice.
So they will be taking courses in principles of economics and I forgot the other one, to be honest, but it's going to be at no cost to them. The tuition has been waived for the 5 students that we're going to send.
Nice.
And so we're very proud of it.
Nice.
Next month, we actually have maybe, I think, 40 students going to Japan. And we're going to be a part of a school fair in Saitama, Tokyo, with Omiyakita High School, one of the super science schools in Japan. It's a very prestigious school, and it's going to be this big cultural fair that includes schools from Hawaii, Taiwan, Korea, and we look forward to our students representing Guam very well and showing all these students from around the world what we're going to do.
Good job.
So, yeah, the other partnerships that we have, I don't want to mention them yet because they're pretty cool, and you should just wait and see them when it comes in the newspaper. But I don't know how much longer I can stall.
Good things coming those way.
Yeah, okay. But if we could give a big round of applause to Mr. Craig Stillwell, the music teacher. If any of these schools have a music program, I advise you not to try to poach my teacher because he's the best, and we're not going to let him go. Mr. Tommy Santos up there, if you could raise your hand. So, Mr. Tommy Santos is also a very excellent singer who has sang with our band at Mosa's and at other events, and if you could hear his angelic voice one day, I'm sure you will be very, very happy that you've had the opportunity. And then Mr. Richard Guerrero is standing over there like the bouncer of the band. He's our academic director. Another thing that BTAX has included in our curriculum this year are advanced placement courses, just to assist with the college readiness part of our curriculum. So we'll be doing AP Psychology, AP Comparative Government, AP English Language Arts, all those things. It's something that our students really, really wanted, especially those who are college bound, and so we're very happy to have them. We also have our internship program, which is expanding. I don't want to say the company, but we will be sending a few interns who will also have a paid opportunity on the weekends with a fuel distribution company, a jet fuel distribution company, where they'll be doing a bunch of things. So, how much longer?
5 minutes?
Okay.
You said that 5 minutes ago.
No, it's okay, but we have fine. You know, but I want to thank
Yeah.
can I go ahead and, like, it's, go ahead.
Thank you all, and I hope in a few minutes you guys will be very amazed by our BTAX band, so
Thank
enjoy
you.
the show.
I just wanted to also, before I forget, in our busy day, I want to thank Career Tech and all the men and women who are standing up here doing the sign language. This is amazing. This is amazing. I got to say this. Amazing. You've been here already 2 days, so it's exhausting. I know this. And so, Ms. Felly, can you make sure that they get waters and drinks to their table, please? That's the least we can do. I appreciate it. We really do. I just wanted to say it's amazing. This costs a lot to get someone to do this. And the fact that they're here doing this today is a wonderful thing. I've had the governor said, who paid for this? I said, Career Tech. They work with the deaf, and this is what they do. And then the senators were like, all day. I said, yeah, all day. So I just wanted to say this because I like to thank people. I'm an optimistic person, and so if I forget, this is a time and opportunity to do this before they start. Thank you to all the men and women who are here, standing here before you, doing the sign language. We really greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello.
Hey. I think we're good. I'm not sure, and anyone that knows me, I probably don't even need much of a microphone, right? I'm kind of loud on my own. Well, thank you guys for being patient. My apologies for our slight delay here. But we are Dan Toro. There's a BTAX band. And like Mr. Saban was saying, these kids are pretty amazing. I've been blessed to have some amazing talent. Now, one of the things that we've done and in creating a music program at BTAX is to try and stay relevant. So obviously it's a challenge we all face in trying to manage what we want to teach with what these guys actually want to learn these days, right? And that's ever changing, ever evolving. So I think for me it was really important to incorporate a wide variety of music, but really to solicit them as to what they want to play. You know, what interests you? What do you guys want to do, right? Because if they want to do it, they're going to have a whole lot more fun doing it, and they're going to be a whole lot more engaged in the process, right? I think we can all agree with that. So, some of the things that we like to play are what everybody knows, like the classics. Thank you, Mr. Beethoven. But we also like to play different stuff, like maybe a little R&B.
Yes, they do.
What about a little alternative?
Because I graduated.
But sometimes you just want to have fun, so you play a little funk. Well, I guess we should probably get into a set because enough teaser music, right? So we also like to play progressive pop. And we'll go ahead and open it up with that one.
Her love is not that you are so easy her that you can tell her that you lost them because you're standing on top of it. So you think your words to say them so you go on another day because you just let her have your heart now that you're further apart from you. song, guys. With his song, telling my whole life. With his words, killing me softly. With his song. Yo, what up, charter schools? Let me hear a shout out, come on. For a little introduction for those who went to the restroom, we are London's Ballroom, and we're so lucky to play for you wonderful ladies and gentlemen this night. So, we have many more songs for you guys to enjoy, and I hope you guys do enjoy today. And so, let's get to it. I heard you sing a good song. I heard you had a style, and so I came to see him and listen for a while. And there he was, this young boy, stranger to my eyes, drumming away with his finger. One time, singing my life with his words. Killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life. With his words, killing me softly with his song. I felt off the fever in Mary's by the ground. I felt he read my letters and read each one aloud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, strumming away with his finger, singing my life with his words. Killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life. With his words, killing me softly. coffee that I need in the morning. Feel my sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Want to give it up to me, give it all. I just wanna say, I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go far, no matter how far. If life is a movie, I am the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, best part.
It's the sunrise and those brown eyes. You're the one that I desire. When we wake up and then we make love, it makes me feel so nice. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the talent I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine of my life.
I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I follow. No matter how far. If life is a movie, I am the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh,
That's why
if you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you?
All right, so in typical musical fashion, we are definitely improvising here. Normally, you would never see me playing with my kids on stage. I like to practice with them, but it's their show, not my show. But unfortunately, our bass player is under the weather today, so I am filling in. And our singer, one of our singers, we have a lot, is getting sworn in right now to be a member of the U.S. military. And as property of the U.S. government, she doesn't get to choose when she gets to get out. So she's kind of stuck right now until she's free. We were stalling a little bit, hoping she might be able to make it, but we're just going to wing it. You guys don't mind, do you? We got a couple more songs for you.
I'm so nervous. I'm sorry for not hitting that note.
Let's cheer him up. Let's go, Caleb!
Wi-Fi kind of slow down here. Here is our other singer.
You know what? I think we're gonna change up the song just a little bit. I think we're gonna start off with a little more crunchy.
Yeah, sorry, I was like swearing into the army and stuff. Thank you, thank you.
That is more song.
This one? Okay.
really busy last couple days, and I did not learn the lyrics to this song the whole way. At least I know most of them, but not all of them. So I'm gonna look at the lyrics to make sure I don't mess up. I hope you'll excuse me. Oh yeah. Alright. Somebody's time is clouding my eyes, but somebody's cold one is leaving pictures. Guess I'll just close my eyes. Oh yeah. Alright. Feels good inside. Football is yelling, wrestle with Jimmy. Something is bubbling behind of my back. The bottle is ready to go. I write you in spite of years of silence. Thinking of how Jesus, things are good, or so I hear. This bottle of Stevens awakens ancient feelings. My father, stepfather, the Lord is drowning in the Okay, one more song, sir, one more song. We got this. Okay, Caleb, hurry up.
Keep going until we tell you to stop.
No, we're not repeating songs. That's bad luck. Why is Westin calling me?
Very good.
Okay. This next song is old. We're not doing that song. We're not doing that. Anyway, this next one is kind of older for all of my more seasoned folks in the crowd. Nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing to be ashamed of, okay? Yes! It's wiser. You're wiser. That's why you guys are teachers and administrators and people for schools and stuff. Educating the youth.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I like that love, but I thought it was funny. You came along and moved me, honey. I changed my mind, this love is fine. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Kiss me, baby. I wanna love you like a lover should. You're fine, you're so kind. I wanna tell the world that you're mine, 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 mine. I do my nails and I feel my bones. I'm real nervous 'cause the show is fun. Come on, baby, you're driving me crazy. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You're fine, you're so kind. I wanna tell the world that you're mine, 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 mine. I chew my nails and I feel my bones. I'm real nervous 'cause the show is fun. Come on, baby, you're driving me crazy. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
This next one is going to be sang by our lead guitarist and my brother. He's a little shy, so you guys have to cheer him on. Everybody say, yeah, go Matthew!
I don't want to be here today.
But you know the feeling. I'll start to forget it. What keeps the fire swaying?
testing. How long I've waited here for you. Every night. Tonight I've thrown myself into you. Out of your head, out of my head, I say. Come down and waste away with me. Down with me. So how you wanted it to be. Above my head, out of my head, she said. And I wonder when I sing along with you, if everything could ever be this real forever. If anything could ever be this good again. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. 975. Love when I say when. She said. Oh my gosh. Breathe out so I can breathe you in. And now I know you've always been there. Out of your head, out of my head, I stay. And I wonder when I sing along with you, if everything could ever be this real forever.
Okay, now this was not practice. This was not practice. It's a public practice, is what I'm saying.
That's it.
I just want to apologize for any inconvenience we caused you guys. But if you guys would like for us to keep on performing during your lunchtime, just say the word. We could do a live practice.
Yeah.
Live practice.
They'll go on forever. Yeah.
I love their enthusiasm.
Thank you guys so much. Woo! Wow, that mic is hot. Thank you guys so much for letting our kids perform. I know they really enjoyed it. Had a great time. It's great to see a bunch of familiar faces. Charter schools rule! Viva! And with that, I'll pass it back over to our MC.
Thank you guys. One more to the BTAX band.
Yeah. Amazing. Talented.
Woo. Good job, guys. Careful what you ask for. Have you guys come back? All right, so are we all ready for our next guest speaker who needs no introduction? Seen her yesterday and is so gracious to have him back here with us this morning. If you can call everybody who's still outside, getting coffee, you can tell them we're about to start with our next presentation.
Thank you.
The title of the presentation would be Policy to Practice Building Your Infrastructure. So could we all please welcome back Miss Marissa Eusebio Orla. the real Marisa Cora. Yesterday was all thought was an AI.
Hologram.
Hologram? Okay.
Am I able to log on to the Wi-Fi?
Yes, there's.
Yes.
Can I just
You got it.
get the? What is it that you need? Do I just find it in there? Wi-Fi.
We have a lot of microphones here, so if you have any questions, just grab one. I heard it's $40 a day, the microphones, so might as well use them.
Yep, that is true.
So distribute them. Spread them around.
Cool.
Is it plugged in?
Okay. Does it need a second? Because that's on me.
Oh, I think it's on.
Escape out of that. There. Okay. Okay. Oh, right. Thank you again for welcoming me back. This is a very tough act to follow again. I was like, Vanjie, why did you do this to me? I feel like this should be optional at this point before lunch. But, you know, I just want to say as an audience member and being able to watch that and be a part of that before this presentation, it speaks so closely to me, because when I see the kids and the teacher and everyone working together organically, I think that's the human element that we're all embracing. And when it comes to AI, I get a little bit saddened because I'm like, why are we trying to interfere with anything like this? I don't like seeing technology have anything to do with something like this. I watch the kids kind of ad lib, and when a part of the drum goes down, another one walks in front, and the other one is just cool. I mean, they're thinking, and I don't think we give the kids enough credit sometimes for what they're doing. And money drives a lot of these things. Trust me, I'll show you positive examples of what the tech and AI can go towards. But I just want to speak, truthfully and heartfelt to the group that I'm not some person out here again just trying to be pro AI and it's going to solve all our problems and it's the only thing we should rely on. That is not my point of view. That's not my perspective. That's not what I'm about. I'm very pragmatic, and again, like I said, I have children who are going to be, leaders in this, in Guam or wherever they decide to go, and I want them to be able to rely on their own instincts. And should you tap into AI or want to learn, then here we go, right? So that's all it is,
And just like the musicians, I mean, we're not all musicians. We didn't all decide, to be music artists, but we can, sing along and be a part of it. And truly, that's what I take away from AI. It's just, if it's something that we want to explore more, then there's a place, and these are some of the practical, guidelines of the way to go about it. Simple as that. Okay, and yesterday as well, I had a lot of questions that were posed to me during lunchtime, and that also helped me to think a little bit more, about what it is that the crowd wants to hear about. So even though I had initially framed the presentation from policy to practice, it still applies, but I kind of directly want to speak more to the questions that I received. And again, if there's anything else along the way that you'd like to ask me offline, please feel free. I did even receive some emails yesterday just to make sure that those in the audience were able to directly make contact with me. So I did respond, and I just want to assure everybody that I'm available for you with any of your questions. I don't know all the answers, but I'm definitely happy to do the work to get you a response and some guidance. Any questions so far before we start? Okay. All right. Now, this kind of piggybacks off of what I was just saying, is that, generally there are different feelings and emotions that the conversation of AI evokes, and I kind of see them falling into these 3 or more areas. Someone asked me, like, are you pro AI? I'm like, whoa, no, not at all. And trust me, again, I went to school with some people who are like, you need to figure out what you're going to do with your life, because robots are going to replace you. And I'm like, oh my God, have you been to Guam? Like, not want the robots are replacing us, okay? There's a lot of work to be done. So, these are, again, the practical conversations that I have, but media has an agenda, algorithms have an agenda, so please, make sure we step out of it and understand that, if you have this sense of resisting because you hear these things, I understand, and you're justified in your perspectives. So I think the way to go about it is to welcome all of them, because they're all valid, okay? And then there's the responsible use. Many organizations that are dedicated to responsible use, all right? And then building for good. So, there are those that accept that it's happening, and they just want to be able to have more of a say and be a part of these groups and initiatives, be part of legislation. It's all available to us, okay? And I'll go through a few more examples of organizations that I would like you to know about that represent these perspectives. Right? One person in particular, her name is Karen Howe. She wrote a book called Empire of AI. Highly recommend. You can do it audio, you can actually read it. If there's any other means to consume the book, I can do some research. But this is a perspective from a journalist who completely went in and did research to unearth what exactly is the agenda here, all right? So if you subscribe to that mindset and want to see it from her perspective, I recommend Empire of AI. And basically her thing is that there's a better way that we can go about this. We don't need to build this many data centers. It doesn't even need to build in. It doesn't need to even be built in this way. So exploring the different ways, I think if you follow her, you'll get a wealth of knowledge. Okay, I'm going into a lot of the girl power stuff, so if you notice the thing here, ladies, don't mind me. That's my bias, right? But another great resource and book and person to follow is Miss Joy, and she wrote Unmasking AI, another perspective more on the angle of bias, gender, race. So these are the things, right, that are commonly identified when it comes to these large language models and how they're being built, even when it comes to who has a seat at the table, right? One thing that I feel optimistic about is when I've met with a lot of the leadership from our various local organizations, and even on the task force, there's a lot of ladies at the helm, okay? So I have a lot of faith, in at least, within our communities, that we are getting this sense of being heard. Right now, the decisions that you're going to make at that point, what your political ties are, I mean, these are all variables that can play into it. But at the very least, we do have that seat and we have an opportunity. Whereas, in a lot of the circles that the circles that I was exposed to along the way in Oxford, it's just male dominated. And I think that's even part of the reason why I was even selected to be a part of the program, is because they're like, we need more women. And so to see that outside of Guam, where I feel like, all right, we have this, matriarchal society, we have a fair say in things. A lot of times the women should just wear the pants in the household, and then I go over there and it's predominantly men. So these are the types of perspectives that you can subscribe to with these authors. And I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'm going to just jump out real quick of the presentation and show you, I hope it's going to follow with me. It's going to follow with me. All right.
You need assistance, Marissa?
Yeah. If it's not going to jump around with me, then I might need to go back in. Basically, I wanted to show you the websites and more about where you can find these resources. But if I need to stick to the presentation, that's fine. Okay. 1 second, let me restart again. In addition to Miss Joy, what she represents is the Algorithmic Justice League, and so these types of organizations, they're extremely proactive in making sure that they're countering a lot of the things that make us uneasy about AI. And so just to reassure you that if you're completely, anti-AI, I even think of our cultural, the tomorrow perspective in the room, it's all valid. And do we have a place, in this conversation when it comes to AI? Yes. Are there concerns that you should have? Yes. And so I'm going to go through those as well in terms of protecting, our language, but also citing cultures like the Maori culture who have used it, to leverage and preserve the language. So it goes both ways, and I just want to reassure you that there are those who are doing a lot of work in this field, and so. Let's see if it'll get us back in. There's nothing better than technical difficulties, and it's just the worst. But it's my own doing, because we were doing fine until I decided to jump out.
Calling the guy for. We're calling the guy to check the cable.
Okay. It might be the cable issue. You know what? But what I can do is.
We're getting hotel assistance. I'm sorry, Mom.
Pardon?
We're getting hotel assistance.
No worries. I noticed that, okay, Will is here. Because yesterday we had a brief conversation, about this use of Chamorro language and building apps. And one of the things that I mentioned to Mr. Castro was, when it crosses over into the AI space, the thing that we need to be concerned about is if we don't have someone making sure that, like I said, there's a policy in place to protect the language in the sense that it's not going out somewhere else for another model to train on. And then that model, kind of being bigger than what we can create and the speed at which we can control. And so they establish the dominant understanding of what Chamorro is and what the meanings of the words are without us validating it. So these are very important, I think, variables that you should be aware of when it comes to uploading Chamorro. Being misrepresented. I'm not gonna lie. Just in my time and living in Guam, for the past 20 years, I'm like, wow, how many times are we gonna change the word Chamorro? Or what is the official language, way to spell a village? Or, everyone, you can't even someone has a different recipe for a cupwit, or your fidget. So that's just within our community. And that's just what we know. Imagine if that goes out, and 50, 60 years later, the kids that want to understand this stuff or want to know the original meanings, I don't know, and I know that's what you're doing, right? You're working towards that, and my son, I'm very grateful to the Guam Museum, and the efforts that are being put forth because he was able to participate in the Woody Tao Leadership Academy, and that's something that, I feel like I never had back in the day, and I'm seeing, though, that's the importance of perpetuating the culture, all right? So even that has a place within this AI discussion. And it's really about where do we, how much do we know about what this technology can and cannot do with it. Okay, I'm trying to do my best.
So yesterday I had a sidebar with Marissa about junk in, junk out. And Dr. Wong somebody brought it up that it's important to verify the information that's being churned out from, let's say, ChatGPT. Okay, that's kind of the general guidance that all of us as professional educators know to be true. But in the context of what I was sharing, we're developing a speech model app about 6 to 8 years ago. I'm still a member of the Young Men's League of Guam. We pushed out a speech model app. It was very, very, very expensive to develop. It's about 7,000 initially, so you have to get some programmers. And then I had to raise about $350 a month to maintain the technology and the content. And I was borrowing the content at the time from, not borrowing it, it's the people's content, but my source was the Guam Department of Education Division of Chamorro Affairs, Chamorro Studies, and Ron LeBlanc was passing that on, so that's from an authoritative source, right? So that was easy to do at the time, because you had one body of knowledge and basically replicated. It had the seal of approval of the Department of Education. We're good to go. If you got a problem with that tomorrow, then take it up with the Chamorro Studies Division. That was pretty simple. Well, I shared with my team the beta version of the latest speech model app that we're trying to develop now, not as the leagues at the time, with me at the helm, but as career tech. And the difference is going to be not just the Chamorro word and the English word or the sentence. It's going to be attempting to translate it also in ASL. And this is where it gets really, really tricky, right? And so, because I'm not an expert in either of those, although I'm a certified Chamorro language teacher, that does not make me an expert. It just means I had gone through all that time and effort to learn a little more about a language. But you get folks over here like Jonah Labauta, Kirsten Rosario from TCC who teach they teach and they're students of the ASL. And then of course you have my director of the Deaf, Hard of Hearing Academy, which we will expand to blind and persons with low vision. But she's a director, she's a deaf teacher, and that's in part why we have interpreters here. Then we have, anyway, the point is we have these experts on the ground. And then you have Senor Monadera, who I was so privileged to bring on board. He's our third FESPAC delegate on the faculty. But he's the subject matter expert, right? And so the challenge for us as a school to develop this app that our kids can use first, and hopefully you folks, is to get these signers and the Chamorro language speakers to agree. And I didn't know this. You would think that La Masa is La Masa is La Masa. Yeah, around I see some of those piercing eyes. Just kidding. But in fact, based on my conversation with Jonah, and I'm sure you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, there has to be some really substantive discussions about the translation of an English word to a Chamorro word to an ASL word. And so, I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that we have the technology, but the technology is just the tool. We have to go back to authenticate, to verify, to validate, possibly even create what these words are that will be pervading into the community. Because the rest of humanity could suffer from our errors, right? Dr. Wampach said that, she asked, or I'm sorry, the governor said, who's your husband? Who's Dr. Doctor? Who's governor? Whose husband? Some Santos guy came out. And I was joking, he said, maybe I shouldn't joke. We're very sensitive. And some people might be recording. I was just thinking who the hell that Santos could be, but the point is junk in, junk out. I think we all know this as educated professors, so I've been professionals. So the technology, I benefit from her brief, but we're boots on the ground, we're trying to figure it out ourselves between Chamorro, ASL, and English. So that was kind of a little case study. And if we're successful, we'd be happy to share what we got.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. Okay. I know, I'm sorry. So one of the other questions that was posed to me yesterday was also in framing it as, am I pro AI? What about the environment, Ms. Marissa? You know, and I take that very seriously too. I've done a lot of research to see, you know, when I first saw this, I guess GTA data center going up, I'm like, what is this? And is it the data center that, you know, everybody talks about in the sense of its consumption of resources? It is not that. So just be reassured, and based on what I know, okay? It's more of a conduit, you know, for data to travel through Guam and onto the east side. Exactly where that lands, I'm not too sure, you know, specifically if it's Taiwan or China, but so that is what the data center as it exists in Guam right now that I'm aware of publicly. That's what it serves as. These other data centers that are going up across the globe and consuming the resources, I'm against it. There's no reason, in my mind. I'm not a billionaire. I'm not going to benefit from it, obviously. So, you know, those who are benefiting from it, they're going to tell you every reason under the sun why it's good and why we need to keep pushing. And I think one of the things we need to keep in mind, though, is because a lot of people like to jump on this environmental bandwagon in the sense of like against AI because of what it does to the environment, without actually taking inventory of like what do you do for the environment? Are you just using that as, you know, a talking point? Do you actually understand the water consumption from a prompt versus, you know, other things, your carbon footprint, you know? So I would take inventory yourself and just do some introspection that if you're going to represent position that you're consistent all the way
Plug in the
through.
cable.
Right, before you start
Just the
criticizing, what it is
Just the HDMI.
about anything. In this case, it's
Just the
obviously
HDMI.
AI. Because you can get yourself in a little,
So it's
in a
loose in
debate
the
that
back?
maybe you don't want to, and then they quickly are able to pick you apart. And so there's a great article written by a gentleman that I referenced in the presentation, and he took a lot of time to write the article because it was almost like having to come to a realization of what he stands for in comparison to a lot of the work that his father did for the environment. And so I'm really excited to share that one with you guys. And I think what it boiled down to for him is just making sure that we understand the implications of what we are doing as stewards of the environment. Yay! Oh man, now, so I had all kinds of references outside of my presentation and even a video to show you, and now I'm really nervous to go anywhere else. So I'm gonna probably not do that for the sake of time, and hopefully I can just explain it to you. But again, just Algorithmic Justice League, great reference. This was what I was speaking to you about the Maori. And so, if you guys want to just kind of jot, these keywords down, I'll end up giving you the deck, and maybe Miss Felly can help me out, help to distribute it later on. But these are the concerns, and these are the measures, rather, that the Maori have put in place. They've been at this for I want to say at least over 10 years. Going out, getting permission from the elders. There are those who don't believe that language should go and be inputted into any type of model because it's sacred and it represents your soul, and you don't want it in these things. So when that happens, they absolutely respect those people. There are others though that want the preservation, and so understanding that both schools of thought exist within those who care about their culture and their language. Okay, that's what it is. All right, and so for those who did support it, they did things like they had a contest where they had they opened it up so to anyone who wanted to submit as many words and the definition, and then I'm not sure what the prizes were, but they had a huge response to this, and it helped them to collect all the data, in other words, and start training their own models. Okay, so it takes tech people. All right, so there's those who have the content and the substance, and then there are those who have the technical knowledge, right, to piece it all together. So we have to work together if you want this to work. And of course, you want someone that understands your interests and can represent your interests. So if that could be a starting point, which I think may be separate from what even the task force is doing right now. It may need to be its own thing. I don't know exactly what it should necessarily look like. But I think these are things to keep in mind, because sometimes if we don't do it, someone else is going to do it for us, and now is the time for us to really put our input into it. Okay? All right. Another great reference, and when I reference the title of this presentation as infrastructure, these are the pieces that you're going to consider as you build your infrastructure. Okay, the Center for Humane Technology. These men and women are amazing to me. They're from the States, and actually they had a fellowship opportunity that they opened up about a month ago And I applied to it just to see. They're only accepting 3 people out of I don't know how many thousands. But for me, that's how much it means to me. You know, to be able to have a stake in this conversation and to support organizations that I believe in, that are doing it the right way, that are looking out for the humane pathway to reconcile or to push, to push against the things that they don't want to happen. Very, very good organization. The gentleman that I tend to follow on social media is Tristan Harris. Sometimes he can be a little like doomsday scary, but you have to look at all of it, all right? They're gonna say that thing, but then you find something else that you align with. So, just take it with a grain of salt, and perhaps maybe watch more than one video before you make up your mind. All right. Yesterday I mentioned Maine as perhaps a parallel for us to mirror because of its size and what it has accomplished with its AI legislation. And so I did a little bit more digging in order to give you a more concrete understanding of how to build a policy, right? Because I'm talking about policy, but I'm like, all right, you do a lot of talking, Riz, so you gotta show them, all right? So this is part of the show. And it was as simple as having a few points, half a dozen points that you can make as you build your policy. That's it. For them, they have 4, all right? And it revolves around what we believe, what we will never allow to happen, what we if the principal if we were to be the principal at any day, we would have no problem saying no in this environment because that's how much we understand it's accepted or not accepted. Very simple. They had a really good example about maybe not even necessarily having to build a policy from scratch. If you already have something that is computer, cyber related, and then you have these rules established, add another 1 or 2 points to it, so that it is a policy that gets used, right? Because what use is a policy if nobody, is able to lean on it and cite it? So it can be as simplistic as that, all right? When they form their committees, 5 people, nothing more. Not everybody needs, and then if you want to report and do all the other things, go for it. But otherwise, it consists of, perhaps it is that person that knows more about AI within the group, okay? Just because they're comfortable. You have the student representative. So these are the very simple roles that should consist of your committee. I like what it said, about having a student policy and then a staff policy, 1 page, very simple, okay? Nothing more than that. And then when you do your training, be considerate of those that are against AI, okay? They're not going to want to sit in a training with those that are necessarily trying to get ahead, right? They're probably going to sit there sick in their stomach, wishing that they didn't have to be a part of this because it goes against the fabric of their being, okay? I understand that, and I think we should be considerate of that, perhaps, when you're doing your training, all right? Did I cover everything? I think essentially we did, okay? So this was the most practical. There was another one because I did go into California's as well. And yeah, it was quite extensive and it was very like, stick your school name here. Stick your, I was like, whoa, that's a little bit too easy, you know what I'm saying? So probably not the best thing. And again, whatever I recommend, I want to make sure it's something that I believe in and that you know, I mean, I'm new at this game. I don't want people saying Pacific AI said this and suddenly I don't have any clients. So let's not do that. Like I said, the indigenous data sovereignty, this is the part where, and I don't want to necessarily speak, you know, just to, you know, our table here. This goes for all of us. We all have a stake in this, okay? And what I did was, and if you can't tell, I used AI, I used Claude to help me build these presentations. These are all, you know, based on my thoughts and my ideas and what I want it to build for me, okay? So what I did do is I asked it to help me frame some scenarios to make it more concrete for us to understand what's at stake when it comes to our culture, all right? And I did explain earlier this language capture without consent. So it says, a commercial model scrapes whatever tomorrow text exists online. Example, church bulletins, Wikipedia, social media. It becomes the default authority on the language, errors included, and no tomorrow speaker was in the loop, no linguist was asked, and then once this gets baked into a widely used model, there's no mechanism to correct it. All right? Very serious stuff. We don't want this to happen. All right? So, and at this point, I don't know how many are out there doing this work to make sure that we're going about the preservation in the right way before it even hits this point. You know? So it's almost like that amount of work would fall on those people who are already doing something else, right? So we have to even think about that, the stress, you know, that may be placed upon these people. And so there's a lot of variables, but my job here is to make sure that I'm bringing it up to you so that you're aware of what's, you know, what's at stake, all right? Our spirituality, you know, what we consider sacred, even these things, you know, let's just say a family uploads their private rosary, something that, you know, that was very intimate to them, for whatever reason, you know, a data set company scrapes this because they posted it on their social media, and then, you know, a few years down the line, someone prompts an image generator because they want to see just an idea of what a tomorrow, you know, morning ritual is, and they pull up your exact video. All right? These are things that can happen, all right, if we're not careful. And so I think one for me is like, do you even want to upload it? And then two, you know, just having that protection layer against something like that going so far and then resurfacing. Re-identification through kinship density. Okay, so this is something that I thought was interesting. This has to do with anonymization and making sure that when information is uploaded into the models, that one, right, you have your personal information, so that's kind of like falls along the lines of the FERPA, the PII, you know. But in this case, culturally, it can apply because let's just say, so for the example, it says a researcher publishes an anonymized data set on health outcomes by village and surname cluster. Typically, I mean, this is a standard public health practice, but a bigger group like Maori or the Cherokee population, it can genuinely stay anonymous because there's so many versus us as a population, we're smaller, therefore it's easier to identify you. So, you know, I mean, and this can become sensitive for some families. They don't want their family to be known for having this specific disease or you know. And so ensuring that, you know, the models and the data that is being trained isn't going to be hacked, and then our numbers will get out there identifying exact families when it comes to research, as an example. government AI with no cultural review, okay? So this is, I think this kind of applies to more, let's say if I was working with Department of Labor, they're doing these benefit surveys. And they get this software that's trained off of stateside information, right, data, and so that becomes their benchmarks, which doesn't necessarily apply to Guam, okay? And so families that fit a certain mold and become eligible for certain benefits, according to the stateside conditions, would get, would be awarded. And then the nature of, you know, Guam families and the way we have multi-generational, you know, this software would discount us. You know, it would not include us to be eligible. And so these are the biases that we need to be aware of when we're choosing, you know, these softwares, or if we're building it ourselves, making sure that our own preferences and unique variables are contained. So this is something that just to be considerate of, because it happens a lot, and I think it's what the Unmask of AI, Ms. Joy, was speaking about when it comes to how these models are built and the bias that's contained in them. Okay. Benefiting from our data. So let's just say, you know, a university partners with an ed tech group building a Chamorro language app, and let's just say, you know, a lot of information was submitted from the community, they did a lot of work, the app succeeds, it gets licensed across the Pacific, a lot of money starts to come in, but there was no agreement about, oh, a percentage of this was supposed to go back to us because of what we did in the community. A percentage was supposed to go back to, you know, this other group. And so without these measures to make sure that you're protecting who benefits from the revenue, that's also a concern. And that's what the Maori made sure that they included in their policies to preserve the beneficiaries from the revenue that they're producing, if there was any revenue generated at all. Okay, now this was the environmental point that I was bringing up, and also the gentleman whose paper that I referenced, his article. So, you know, you can read it for yourself on the top, you know, who he is. So he was, or read along with me rather, an SVP of Donor Search AI, founder of Fundraising AI, a loud advocate for AI in the nonprofit sector. It took a long time to write this piece, and it's an argument written against his own interest, which is why I think it landed, and a lot of people were willing to read it, because you always have to take someone's perspective into consideration when they're writing these AI articles, like what is your motive? And so, like I explained earlier, you know, understanding how much is exactly consumed in terms of energy when you're using your prompt versus, you know, your daily commute, you know, or an evening of streaming, right? And then also, he referenced, you know, the build out being a real number, the amount of data center command. So it is real, you know. These are things that we should be concerned about. And he put his name behind having, you know, the exact numbers. And then in the end, he calls it this the honest test is the net benefit, all right? So do we think that in some capacity, what is happening with AI could outweigh the negative? And so with healthcare advancements, I mean, my father's a surgeon, my brother's a surgeon, I have a lot of relatives in the healthcare field, and they see, like, wow, what these, AI tools can do to read X-ray charts, and be more accurate than a physician or someone who has gone through medical school. So that's kind of like a realization for them to see the benefit, because all right, so therefore, if it comes to radiology, then I don't know what the breakdown is, what the radiologists will end up doing in their spare time, okay? But I think that for them to see also, how quickly and reliable and correct, some of these tools can be when prompting them about a certain type of surgery or an anomaly, and they're like, holy cow, like, this is pretty much spot on. And so, to use that to teach, or in my instance, with what I've heard from my father when he does his surgeries, and he's just describing the procedures and how rare they are amongst certain ethnicities, and I'm like, wow, I want to be able to record my dad saying these things, so that for someone, who may understand or have the skill set to do a surgery like that, but they don't know the intricacies, if I trained a model or something, on my dad's expertise, that it can be used to save more people. Because at this point, my dad and my brother may be the only people that know how to do this surgery in this area. There's real benefits. So I just want you to be, reassured, like, in spite of perhaps the environmental impacts, that if you kind of change your lens and you see it that way, maybe you'll see a silver lining. All right. Now, I'm kind of coming down the home stretch, but this is only because I wasn't able to show you the video and all the other things that I had set up for you. So, just in general, when it does come to putting, this knowledge into practice, and as you have your meetings, hopefully, or if you're considering what to do, and again, thank you to those who've asked me, for my input or to help you with some insight or feedback into your policies. Just know that, we're starting, all right? And if it matters to you and you want to have something in the next, 30 days, just to say, if a parent asks, where does your school stand? Where does the charter school system stand on AI? You can say it. And if it's no, we don't want it, then it's no, we don't want it, but at least you have something to fall back on. Okay? I'm just gonna attempt. Let's just see. Are we still here? Oh. Okay, y'all. Here we are. Okay. So this is the gentleman that was speaking about the Maori language, and I just wanted to show you this, just so that you hear somebody talk besides me. Oh my gosh.
Teaching computers how to speak indigenous language is more than just speech science. It's about connecting people with identity. It's about place. It's about land.
Oh, this way.
I'm the CEO of Tika Media, and we teach computers how to speak Māori. We're also Māori language broadcasters, and amongst other things, we live video stream our cultural events as a way of providing digital access for intergenerational transmission of our indigenous language and our culture.
Spencer.
When I realized that, and knowing that I could speak the language proficiently,
and having been raised in a culture that felt an obligation to ensure that what had been done could perhaps be undone. Working through 30 years of archives is not a small task. We quickly saw that we needed to find a way, and at that moment, we decided to teach computers to speak our indigenous language. What we have created is a system that operates at a 92% accuracy rate and outperforms attempts by big tech companies throughout the world. And you might ask why. And the answer is nobody knows us as good as we know ourselves. Nobody knows our language as good as we know ourselves. Nobody knows our ocean, the ocean currents, the winds of which we have over 200 names, the rains of which we have over 200 names. Artificial intelligence is a way for us to not only preserve languages, but contribute to the revitalization of those languages.
Okay, so that for me was something that I felt could offer a different perspective and one that kind of touches home in the sense of the things that matter to us, okay? Now I also wanted to do just a real quick live demo. So for those who don't know what Claude is, CLAUDE, that's the name of the tool, and it's just like any of your ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, right? It's a generative AI, large language model, and for mine, I use the paid subscription, so it's gonna have a lot of like this customization, right? It tells me like, this thing, this little greeting, you know, sometimes at night it's like, why are you up late, Riz? I'm like, oh my gosh. You're still thinking? I'm like, yes. So it can get real personal. But that's how these things work, all right? It's nothing to be scared of. It doesn't actually know me, okay? It's just reading off of all my data. It sees the time that I'm on. That's simply what it is. And I also want to just do a little bit real quick on the concerns for the anthropomorphization, you know, these human elements that these tools, you know, come baked with, and ensuring that the group understands that okay, I'm not from the school of thought that thinks these things have consciousness or spirits. I don't believe that at all. And so if I'm proven wrong in 30 years, I'm fine. I'm wrong, right? I will be happy to say that these things don't have a spirit, right?
With that said, just a quick demo. Right. So this is where we prompt, all right? This is the area where you're going to tell it what to do. And maybe you have an idea. This area right here, this is the model that I'm using, Opus 5. This is the intensity that I wanted to work at. It doesn't have to be high, honestly. I would probably bring it down to medium for my everyday tasks. And there's other models, you'll see there's Sonnet. But when you click this little arrow there, that's where it'll show you the degrees at which and the different models within Claude that you can perform your tasks. Okay, so for high-level research, you want to create, reports and everything that are reliable, lots of citations. Maybe that's the way you want to go, and ensure that you're being very thorough. Also note that you can use up all of your tokens, so your subscription is relative to how much you're going to use it. So just like any of the other things that we use that require subscriptions, you want more, you pay more. So let's just say, see how I talk to it? So what I'm saying is, I'm here with the charter schools for their conference, and I want to demo a few of the ideas that we discussed in our earlier chat, because it remembers. Okay, now that's the big thing, is the memory, right, that these things have. They can reference your other chats. And so I'm not having to repeat myself. And so I'm like, okay, well, let's bring those demos up because it's showtime for the group. Okay, so you can be as colloquial with these tools, and it will essentially understand. It's also kind of been trained. It knows how I write. It knows my tone. So let's just see what it does. I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. Let me just. You don't have to say please. That's just me. I just feel like I need to say please. Please don't fail me in front of the group, Claude. So it'll take a moment to think. And interestingly, even this moment, when you're sitting there and watching it think, even this has come under scrutiny. Because people are like, well, you almost exhaust yourself sitting there waiting. So that becomes, time that maybe you would have just had yourself, where you're just thinking without even a tool, So a lot is being called out with the way these things work, all right? Okay, so what I asked it actually to do was build some artifacts, which are essentially demos, okay? So one of them that it built for me, which I didn't even give it any specific instructions. I just said, maybe something that the group would find beneficial. So it goes on and it puts this whole thing together for me. I did not structure this. I didn't tell it, put a box here, put two little boxes on the bottom. I didn't do any of that. It built it all itself. All right, so this one, it came up with an example for students. Let's say you want to do an exercise with them. You want them to build something, all right? They use this little area in here to say what they want to build. Now, you're not telling them to go to AI to get the ideas. You're like, okay, you need to think of it on your own. Whatever it is you want to build, just throw it in there and let's see what it says. Let's see what it does. All right. So this already, for the sake of a demo, kind of gave me a few
prompts to start with. So let's just say I want to build a rain catcher for our school garden that tells you when the tank is getting low. All right? So far, the student has been exposed to one, just the platform, 2, coming up with their own idea, 3, putting it into the prompt. All right? Now they want to use the tool to help them create a kind of instruction list. What materials might I need? And I'm not saying that this has to be the end-all, be-all answer for their work, but it's something that they can use to guide them along. And so, okay, so here's the idea. The AI arranges it, organizes it, gives you more perhaps of what you were thinking, all right? Gives you the steps. So something very simple, something very practical. I don't think it takes away too much of their cognitive skills because the nature of the exercise is to build something, right? So that was what I wanted to make sure that I emphasize. I'm like, okay, I want an exercise where they see that the kids are thinking. Okay, and so then we had another. All right, so let's say you want to go through vocabulary with them. Now, I know I'm old school. I love writing. I would look into the dictionary. I would flip pages of a dictionary. I know, we knew what a thesaurus is. I don't know if kids know what a thesaurus is anymore. So, if you want to integrate the tech and you want to do, some vocabulary, I know there's all sorts of platforms to do this, better ones. This is just an example. If you want to customize something, the platform, the software you're using doesn't exactly do it the way you want to do it, and you want to keep it controlled. You don't want them clicking around to too many things, getting distracted. This is it. Stay on this page. Only, you know what I'm saying? So it can create these types of things. All right. So for this one, it's just it describes it as a word keeper. It has the words baked in. If I want to change these words and do it myself, I can do it. And actually, I was practicing with some tomorrow earlier. So I had only put like ungen, ahi, hekwa, and then it did the cards for me, which was pretty cool. So we wanted to build. All right. So it does that for us, right? Up there, it had the word, it had the meaning. Now we're doing, okay, all right. And then if you want to see, okay, so it helped, it's an interactive way for them to learn vocabulary. Very elementary, but still it gets you thinking to see how fast this thing was built with minimal guidance on my part. Okay? And then here's another cool one. Again, students go out, you give them an assignment. This seems more like, students go outside and count one thing. They have 30 seconds to type each, and then the whole class's numbers get read back to them as harder questions to go chase. So, these are the practical ways that we can introduce kids to these tools using, something as simple as Claude and feeling like at least they get a bit of exposure, they walk away, end of the day, all right? Not too much brain drain. You were able to control the conditions. You were able to decide, what subject you want it to be in, how you want, the mechanism that you want, if it's flashcards, if it's, having it list materials. So I appreciate these tools in this way for educational purposes, and it was just those 3 examples that I thought would be beneficial for the group. And of course, there's a lot more we can do, and I'm hoping at one point those that are doing the Gemini certification or the Magic School? AI? Okay, that we'll be able to lean on them for their expertise on how to use these tools and perhaps, you know, kind of be like train the trainer and show others if it's something that they're interested in to be able to just spread that knowledge. I think what we come across too is people that don't even want to admit that they're using AI because they don't want to show that, like, oh, you know, now they're going to see that I'm doing my work faster and now I'm going to have to work faster. So they don't want to expose themselves. I think you're kind of doing your, you know, perhaps the team a disservice if you do that. I'm not here to necessarily judge anybody, but that's also just the data. A lot of people are kind of, you know, sandbagging or doing whatever they need to do to act like they're doing all this work, but they actually got it done in like 30 minutes or 10 minutes, you know, whatever report that they needed to put together. Be careful of the information you're putting, okay? You guys are putting financial stuff in there. If you're putting, you know, other documents that don't belong in there, you know, the danger in that is, you know, maybe it means nothing to you now. Maybe no one's doing an audit on your tools now, but at some point in the future, let's just say I'm a competitor, and I want to know how much, what a budget looks like for CIFA, you know? And I prompted, it's not going to pull up CIFA's exact budget, but it can pretty much piece together something that could look like it, and therefore all of a sudden you just lost your competitive advantage, right? So I get that question a lot too about, you know, what's the harm in uploading it? That's what it is, especially when, you know, again, auditing comes around. And you have, I'm going to keep saying this again, you have the opportunity to do it right. Right? Let's develop good habits. And if we didn't know, that's okay, because now we know. That's all it is, right? The kids are going to have to learn. There needs to be some grace to allow for this period when we're all learning. The challenge is that, you know, it happens fast. Learning is fast. And so you also want to make sure that you're keeping up, or you have someone that can keep up for you. All right? Okay, I think with that, and just these, you know, these last takeaways, that's it for me. I really appreciate everyone's time. I'm sorry I wasn't as exciting as yeah, I feel like next time, just put the band, you know, after 9:30.
Well, I think you'll be here to join us for lunch, so if you have any questions. But before
I'll stick around.
let Ms. Marissa go back to her seat, we, on behalf of the Guam Academy Charter Schools Councils, we'd like to present you this certificate of appreciation.
Thank you,
Marissa, your meaningful contribution helped enrich the professional learning experience of Guam's charter school educators and strengthen our shared commitment for collaboration, excellence, and student success.
Yay!
Thank you very much. And just before I go, you know, I thank you for being such a gracious audience. I thank the interpreters. This is amazing. I've never seen anything like this.
Yay!
With the presentation, thank you very much. And then just the program in general and the ability to share this with the group. I'm very grateful. And also to my big brother for being my cameraman.
Yeah.
That's it. Address, you do Fonzie.
All right. So, one takeaway for me.
Please don't forget, before we start eating, lunch will start at about 11:30ish to about 12:30. Mr. Dillon, no pressure on you, Mr. Dillon. Will VTech be doing their wonderful band playing for lunch? Yes. Okay, we'll go and do that, and we'll go and have the MC.
Yeah, so before we go for lunch, one takeaway for me is that we have to be careful on what we post because it's not just public anymore. It can be manipulated. And what we send or what we receive, we have to be careful because I have one example here. So our husband travels ahead to Florida from Minnesota, Chicago, checks into a hotel, and emails his wife to let her know that he safely arrived. But he mistypes one letter in her email address, sending it to a grieving Houston widow whose minister husband had just been buried earlier that day. So the widow opens her computer to check for condolences, reads the message, "To my loving wife, I've arrived, and I know you're surprised to hear from me. They have got everything ready for you down here when you arrive tomorrow. P.S. It sure is hot down here." Hey, so we'd like to call Iron, he will give us the blessing for the food.
Please stand up for prayer.
Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the group of people that's here today, the different schools that are represented, that you continue to keep your hand upon each and every one of the schools, that you bring unity with each other, oh God, and that you would bless the work that we do. Lord, that you would be glorified. Bless the food we're about to receive. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Lunch is served.
Okay? And students from BTEC, you can play for an hour and then
hands up. We can hear you. Keep going.
Diamonds are so nice. She's very biased. Very biased. Mom buys and everything smart and that's a lot of people in their life of
Sorry about the technical difficulties during that last song. Nobody? Did you guys hear us? Everyone can hear us?
I was like, why are you screaming and
We couldn't hear ourselves. This is really weird.
Oh yeah, you did say that. Go in, please. Go in. Yes, go
Does anyone watch?
Does anybody watch White Chicks?
Yeah, yes.
Everybody knows White Chicks?
Yes. So this song's gonna be kind of familiar to most of the actors.
Doing that in Native America. Are there any cases of people doing it in Native America?
Oh yeah.
Before the performance, I mean before the performance I wanted to Mommy, remember who she is? Who is she? I'm asking. Audrey. A lot. Audrey? Mom, when you were a public
the sky. Do you think time will pass me by? 'Cause you know I walk 1,000 miles. I can just see you.
But even then, I was a good point. Like, that like changes for everything. Like every.
Oh my gosh, these are making me nervous. It's too quiet in here.
Top spot, when you Google it.
Okay, so. Alright, so this next song is again for my more seasoned folks. I really don't know why, but like I like playing the older songs, the classic songs everybody knows. That way other people can sing along, so I don't look like the only one singing. So it's like we're all in a big acapella group instead of just me.
I'll be overwhelmed because you don't know what it is that I'm reading, depending on what it is I'm reading. So I'll start with like this topic, because they tend to be a little
So
easier
without
to
further
digest,
ado,
and then I'll go from there.
Sorry, they were testing out the equipment to see if it still works. That's why it's all, they were making sure you guys were paying attention.
Jumping 20 cans
caretaker and come in. So I told my sister, don't stress. There's 7 extra seats that's paid for. When not, she'll be here. She said, I mean, watch, I'll watch. Don't stress out. The boys have been tonight. So, come on. Yeah. But I want to get her a plate and show my other picture. I want to get this picture. She's never happy, but that's my mom, right? She's a Javon mom. You know, Javon moms. I love you, but, you know, what's that? Okay. Yeah, you heard me right?
Your mom and your daughter are here?
Yeah, that's my daughter. Fair Mama with census, but for that.
Family affair?
She can't walk, but she walks. Her mind is in the last. Yeah, I missed your presentation, but I heard you say very good. Oh, wow. Actually, it was no, but they said it very good. I actually sat and I took my mom, but I told her, I couldn't get on top of that. Really slow, did you hear what I said?
Sorry guys, you have a lot more practice got with your first set that you did this. It's kind of like figuring it out as we go. Kind of like using the process.
You start off from that. Let's see the ones like that. You know the first those were and that is what what about the people? In between so when you start to school the law, and if somebody go, you know we're gonna have this one. This is why you get and it allows me to work back. So when the senators
Guys, be honest, whose was better, mine or Sebastian's? Oh, I'm taking the silence as mine. Thank you.
You're right there, Mommy?
Do we have any Filipinos in the audience? Mabuhay! Yeah, Pinoy ako! Woo! Okay, ako po si Drew. I'm the guitarist, drummer, and singer of Dana Toro. I'm a graduate of BTAX. I hope you guys are having a wonderful lunch. And I'm gonna sing a song for you guys. It's Filipino. It's called Puan. It's by Juan Carlos.
Because like Aussie and That's what's kind of like a little more.
This is fish. Monkey, monkey.
Dude, did you see this? I zoomed in on the picture. Last night. I was like, oh my God. I hope we can see. I never been on this long.
Yesterday's was way better. No, it's not good. It's salty.
Okay, we're working on a special song for you guys. We've never heard of this live because usually it sucks. So don't have expectations too high.
But we hope it does bring nostalgia, you know, back to the good old days where all your needs were really good and healthy.
Our solo's gonna be done.
Yeah, I have to do the solo, so I'm so sorry in advance.
No, maybe all play.
No, it's always been like this.
And I got chicken in my teeth.
Can you have the website? Because I like to put it in my website.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Why did you get some water first? Just say you need water.
One, two, and three. One, two, and three. One, two, and
She's a midnight train going anywhere.
Now we're pulling out an hour and a half, so we're reaching deep into the vault.
Everybody say thank you, Sebastian, thank you, William, thank you, Kyle, thank you, Caleb, thank you, Aaron.
That's my mom's brother. That's my mom's brother.
Wow, and it's a lot of them. I do look at the marriage, I see it now. And this is all, I mean, this is all a surgery, right? So your brother's surgery looks like an in-between, right? Yes. He looks the savior, but he looks like the mom. Do people say that? Or, yeah, so he's definitely mom, he's definitely
My
mom.
dad.
Yes. Yeah.
But then when you look at her kids, you see some of the
Yes.
it's a crazy mix of Bora,
Everybody. That's so nice. You have children?
I do, but they're kicked off to their mom from the cruise in
It's okay.
Oh, I know for sure they're mine.
Okay,
We don't get along. Where?
Well, here's the.
You know it's your kid when you guys are just butting heads all day.
That's true. You know what I say? Because most women, you know, it's when they get irritated by their other half. That's why the kids kind of look like that. And the rest of us have been kids. Maybe your wife really loved you or your husband like when she was pregnant. So she had no worry about it.
Well,
I apologize.
No, I've been a stay-at-home dad since I've been
amazing. Good for you.
Nice. And so when it came to another one of the law
yes,
she didn't want to release them to daycare.
Yes.
I was like, you go ahead. I'm older than her, so I've already had her. And I was like, I'll take care of her.
Nice.
Yeah, she started off at Untitled, like the bars and stuff. Then eventually, then she went back to JP. And then she went up to, but that was when they became the alternate of the whole JP. I heard when I was coming up, I remember
that old JP is like, it's like, I will behave. I will come back to my teacher. I'll go back to the classroom. you could own the records of the record. And
I remember that.
yes, it was a survivor of the fight. And so if they were running around, you could actually get it from the but but you know, and it was they feel you know it's right.
And then we got her for a couple years, and then she took on being a sledgehammer.
Wow.
So, that was
It's a lot of work, but it's commendable.
So I see that, firsthand that you know what
Yes.
all the restraints, whether it's legislative,
Yes.
whether it's legislative,
You know, see with me, I try to be Jewish, I don't talk about any of that. Because the time of the good school, and it's not something you don't have to do, they don't have to remind everybody. You know, and no offense or damage, I think the first bad way to go about it, I took it as let me worry about this. But you need to do that. You need to do this because I'm going to do so you need to tell me about that. And so when I talk to the legislature, you and I are going to be fighting. But don't worry about it. This is and this is I don't work with on the map with this you know what I mean? You need to be your part. You just come to shine away and you didn't do anything. Yes, that's right. That's correct.
key off, but we're not taking the call.
Okay.
Hope you had a good lunch here.
Just leave the.
We're going to start this afternoon's session, and I don't know about you guys, but this topic is really close to home. I'm sure if you ask everyone, a lot of people here, if we know of or we've heard of people, especially students, young lives being taken away from us, you know. So for me, especially, this is very close to home, close to heart. And the topic is how to deal with suicide. But I was looking at the slides, you know, just understanding anxiety, the triggers. So hopefully we can also learn on how to prevent, you know, how to treat people who are experiencing and struggling with this. And so without further ado, I'd like to call on our speakers for today. There's a team from yesterday as well, so we want to welcome you back.
Yes, thank you. Shout out to Westin. They deliver, and today was no exception. My name is Jesse. I'm from the behavioral health team with Department of Education. I'm a therapist. I'm here with my colleagues who are also therapists. But today, this afternoon, before you get exposed to heavy material, we're going to need your attention and for you to remain focused. But before that, I'm going to need everybody to stand up if you can. And I'm going to take you through a short exercise that works for adults, middle schoolers, high schoolers. So everybody should be at a level that's comfortable for you. Okay, it's called a 4x4, but I'm going to modify it so that we get through the exercise. So what it entails is I'm going to ask you to raise your hands up, and as you raise your hands up, I need for you to take a deep breath and count up to 4. So raise your hands, take a deep breath, breathing through your nose, hold that, 1, 2, 3, 4, slowly lower your hands, exhaling if you can through your mouth. Let's go through that one more time. You slowly inhale through your nose, raise your hands, hold, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slowly bring it down, exhaling through your mouth. One more time. Okay. So we're going to raise our hands, go slowly, breathing through your nose. Hold, 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 exhale. Very good. We also work with a lot of elementary students, and I know many of you also. So if I could take you through what I would bring or have elementary students go through, it's called the elephant breathing. Some of you may have gone through it. If you haven't, then just bear with me. So what it's going to entail is I'm going to need you to bring both your arms in front of you. And then I'm going to need for you to raise your hands up while taking a deep breath. And hold that. And then as you exhale, I need for you to make the sound of an elephant.
So it's you're going to see the childlike come out.
Just so that you kind of perfect the exercise. So hands together. And raise your hands. Taking a deep breath in. And exhale, making that elephant sound. Really good. Really good. Thank you.
We have a lesson yesterday. Why was we after lunch? Why do we get up and move? What's the science behind it? I'm sorry? To wake up, but what happens when you eat? You get tired, it goes to your gut. And so we don't want you all to sleep. We're trying to get done through this material. And so you can get have the information in your toolbox. And I just want to recognize my team, GDOE, Jesse Boleto, thank you, Jesse. I cannot believe my team. We have Dr. Tony Cruz, thank you. We have Sonia Carla, and then Dr. Edward Santos. And then, of course, we cannot do this with great people are working. So, trust me, you all, you're so important in shaping the minds of our students who eventually become our leaders and do something. DOE says ready for life. I think you guys are doing a great job because they're using their strengths. I heard the group and I was so impressed. I was already jamming and playing music. So that's what we want to do to get you, we don't want to make you, oh my God, anxiety. You'd be amazed on the stats about anxiety. So Dr. Santos, would you like to get started?
Okay, so we're going to go over some topics for you. Again, if you feel that this is a little bit too heavy, just go ahead and take care of yourself. You get up, you take a break, or if you have questions. We have some very, very heavy topics that we're going to cover. And first of all is anxiety. Can you tell me how many of you have ever had an anxiety feeling in your life? What is it like? Go ahead, Miss.
Oh, no, I have a history of anxiety. Okay, here, I can give it to you.
Okay, go ahead, tell us.
I have a history of anxiety because I have high expectations. I'm a doer. When things don't get done and people disappoint me, I get frustrated and I feel like anxiety coming along. And then when I get my anxiety, I feel like I'm having a heart attack and I need to learn how to breathe. And I need to let go and let God. And the things I can't control, it's hard for me because I'm such a control freak in that way. And so I know I have my sister and you always reminding me, breathe and relax and let it go. But my anxiety, that's my anxiety because I have a lot of expectations. And so that's my anxiety.
Thank you very much. Again, what we're going to cover today, we're going to develop an understanding of anxiety and the triggers and the symptoms that are associated with it. So when you get out of here, we're not trying to help you to diagnose per se, but at least have a good understanding for especially with our children, our students. And we'll explore how effectively support a child exhibiting symptoms of anxiety in the classroom. How many of you have ever seen a student, and this will go real quickly, that's having anxiety in the classroom?
Raise your hands.
Anybody, close to you. Back there, David. Should be nice. Please share. This is interactive. Right, back there. Sorry.
The student that I saw with anxiety, having an anxiety attack, the student was having tremors, couldn't control their breathing, breathing heavily and quickly. So I had to tell her to count and slow down. And she was at the brink of fainting because she was hyperventilating.
And was there a trigger that might have brought around?
Yes, there was a trigger. Because in high school, especially females, they like to, I don't want to say the word attack, but they talk amongst themselves. And it's not healthy, it's not good. So that's how we get to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's a great example because you don't realize I realize charter schools don't all do elementary, correct? Because I'm gonna tell you, that's a panic attack. Very good example, people don't realize that they really think, oh, chest pains. You should not take it lightly, right? Because you need to have a nurse check it out. Because it's a serious medical issue. But the reality is, when you talk about high school, even elementary, they actually have more separation anxiety than they do with high school. You ever see the ones, what charter school has elementary? Raise your hand.
Every lot.
Okay, when the parents leave, right, and the kids are, oh, the mom, we heard them crying, it's because they're having separation anxiety. You're now taking my world away. But why? And if we don't nurture that and address it, it elevates and becomes a lot more serious and leads into other clinical or the implications of clinical diagnosis of serious mental health. So when you see that, and let's just say this, because at DOE, they yell at the child, stop crying and move along. And I'm there and I'm like so bothered and I'm very opinionated, I have a mouth. So I like to say, you shouldn't yell. Can we try talking to the child? I intervene, and that's not my story. I'm a district person. But we are going to try to prevent that. Because we don't want to have implications of something more serious for these children if we do not do the right thing.
Okay, so we're gonna play the video?
Yes.
Alright. Okay, so we have a little video. I read like 10 talks. We did one 10 talks before. It's good, real nice little.
Dear Diary, here is a visual representation of my worksheets right now. It's a drawing of a platform, and inside, a black bump is staring into the stars. Looking back, it makes me sad. I drew it when I was in elementary school, and it's the first time I can remember not having the words to express my emotions. 5 years later, I would find myself sitting cross-legged on the floor of a middle school science room, talking with a friend I didn't know very well. She would tell me about self-harm. She would tell me where she cut herself so her parents wouldn't see. It was devastating and heartbreaking. And I laughed. Because once again, I didn't have the words to talk about my mental health and the mental health of the people I care about. I'm a junior in high school now, and I watched as friends battle anxiety and depression. I've had friends drop out of high school.
You can put the mic on this.
Suicide. It's heartbreaking because mental health issues are something other people have until it's the people you love. And students are not being prepared for addressing these issues. In fact, my generation has some of the highest suicide rates since World War II. 1 in 3 students reports persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness, according to a 2019 study, which was up 40% from 2009. My generation is struggling, but we already knew that. See, it's not like we're doing nothing about these statistics. In fact, we're seeing schools across the nation that hire more school therapists. We are seeing third-party organizations and state political parties introducing programs to get free counseling sessions for youth. We are making changes, and it's not enough. Because our mental health supports are not accessible to all youth. When a student wants to get mental health aid in their classroom or in their school, they have to leave class. They have to make up that schoolwork, or stay after school or come before school and arrange rides with parents who might not be able to provide them if their work days don't accommodate for that. And students are expected to advocate for their own mental health when they have never had to do so before. It's a lot to ask, and it results in students not getting help until they are actively in crisis. We are not taking a preventative approach to our mental health services, and it's hurting things. We need mental health integration in the classroom.
Can we adjust the volume on the mixer?
Is that it's not that hard. Studies show, for instance, when students can write essays that break down complicated feelings or circumstances that they may be encountering at home, they are able to better analyze and process their own thoughts, which can result in healthy emotional regulation. In science, we can be teaching about neurochemistry, the way our brains work. Right now, we're keeping conversation.
We're trying to get a little more volume for you. Anyway,
Well, while we're having technical assistance, because we're having difficulties, that's life. You just gotta be flexible. And you know that better than anybody.
Well, we could be teaching them in science classes. We need to understand how we feel the way we do and why our emotions work that way. And it can help students better process and understand complex feelings. This high school and school is a stressful time for kids. When you're stepping into your own and figuring out who you are, that can be difficult. And by integrating education on mental health into the classroom, we are providing students with the resources they need to navigate this complex time. But integration is the key word here. I've been a part of a number of classes where counselors have tried to offer this support. So they slip it in on the side. They take students to seminar or study hall periods, times that we've been guaranteed time to connect with friends, work on homework, catch up in classes, and replaced it with discussions about mental health. When we set up our mental health resources in this way, it becomes a punishment. Students are losing time that they need to get other things done, and it creates a negative relationship with mental health that they may take with them for the rest of their lives. We're making counselors sound like some scary third party, somebody that you only go to if you're damaged. When we all encounter adversity, we all need that support. And it only makes sense to put it into a regular classroom setting. I know that this integration will make mental health less taboo and will empower students to advocate for their own mental health. Because when it's no longer some scary concept, when our advertisements about mental health are more than the inspirational posters in our high school hallways, we are letting students know that we all struggle sometimes, and we are making those resources that we're investing in, school counselors in the office, or therapy outside of school, more accessible. This is a change that we need to benefit our students and preserve a future where mental wellness is a priority. Thank you.
All right. So, can you imagine? She is a sophomore. We have so many students that are in our school system and your schools and the charter schools that are going through this and don't even know how to express how they feel. Which we're going to talk about just what worry versus anxiety. They're not alike. They're similar, but they're very different. So what is anxiety? Harvard writing, engagement. So what is anxiety? So we will get to each of you. I'm sorry? Well, ChatGPT. When it comes to mind, okay, we're going to give you 2 minutes on your table to talk about what's anxiety. Please. 2 minutes.
A lot of work. Yeah. That's work for especially okay, no, just go on and go on to the next. And it says video move on. Tell me when you're ready to do it. It's good. It's good. It's really good food. I mean, the selection was. Yeah, thank you. I ate one. You know, I think most of the DOE teachers are coming here.
All right, we're giving you 30 seconds. We're going to wrap it up.
Barangkali ilikuwapi na anxiety kumepelekea saki masuk. Law dan bebas diriku sering tembok dan sebentar. Baik, sebentar kata. Saki masuk pada hari kumepelekea worry. Law pada hari anxiety dan luar home. Tapos inipus sering tembok sa dan mereka.
Thank you. So, just to try to help, I'm going to translate during English. So, anxiety is more of what luhan, scared, fearful. Okay, and Sakimasu is worry. Okay, alright, so that's the difference between worry and anxiety. Okay, so it's Masi.
Good job, Morano. Anyone on this side, who would like to volunteer? What is anxiety? Oh, you just want to thank you? You would like to? Thank you. What is anxiety?
To sum up what everybody's completed, so personally, I think there is this feeling of shock. There is also like feeling scared. So for me, it's like the thought of like what the what is. So it's like there might be certain expectations and like there's like a worry factor.
Okay, thank you. For anxiety, it's a fear of the known. So it's also another meaning for anxiety is if you want to do something and then you have a mistake and you know that you know how to do it, so sometimes you're unsatisfied of what is your output, so you're feeling, you have the fear of accepting the truth. So sometimes it's also anxious that you don't know what to do. Fear. One word, thank you.
For me, anxiety is knowing or fear of knowing that something is coming up, but you don't want. It's a threat. You already know something is coming up, but you don't want it to come. So you don't want it to be real, but you know it's coming for reality. So you're having this anxiety that is coming.
Okay. Let's go. Another one here, still please.
Anxiety is like something you can see or feel when something is happening, like consistently battling with something in your mind. But in like a more biblical version, it's like anxiety is like says like what if, and then faith says even if God is still with me.
Thank you.
So we're going to give a definition. Anxiety is an emotion characterized by feelings of tension, worried thoughts and physical changes, like increased blood pressure. People with anxiety disorders usually have recurring intrusive thoughts or concerns. They may avoid certain situations out of worry. So it's like covering all those areas that for us.
Next one. So the types of anxiety disorder, and again, this has to be licensed mental health professional to diagnose people. It's separation anxiety, social anxiety, agoraphobia, specific phobias, and that's fear, right? The root underlying word is really fear, generalized anxiety, panic disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder. And this is according to the DSM-5, which is Diagnostic Statistical Manual.
We talked a little about separation anxiety, especially school issues. And social anxiety is when a person is of fear of embarrassment. You know, they feel like they can't perform, or they can't do something because someone's going to criticize them. Agoraphobia is the fear of crowds or places where you can't escape. Fear of how Joe one time we went to a closed place with a bank, and he was freaked out. And then specific phobias, it can be fears of snakes, it can be fears of, I don't know, what else to be scared of. It's to be scared of police cars, but scares of things that make you feel nervous, exactly. And then generalized anxiety is over a period of time, like 6 months or longer. The last one is panic disorder, can't control the panic, and obsessive compulsive disorder. Counting, excessive rumination, excessive thoughts, they can't control those whole particular processes. Right, next slide.
So in summary, anxiety is normal. We all have this feeling, this tense emotion. If you're a parent, you would know. I'm not a parent, but I have, I have a dog, and I swear, when I leave, I worry, like, is my dog's gonna be okay? Because if I leave it to my sisters, they might not feed him. I won't. Then I'm gonna have to kill somebody, like, seriously. But no, that's an example of the anxiety. I worry if my puppies or my dogs will be okay. And there is a comment from the table. Thank you, Dr. Cruz.
Offering dispenser kwa kushtono quality separation disorder dispenser to repair certificate.
Can you go forward?
Separation anxiety?
Yeah.
Tony, can you translate?
Yes, do you go back one slide, please?
Go to the slide before.
Separation anxiety dispenser. Kwa kushtono information no dalita sa information ke elementary no target tabi na wa separation anxiety lo wa kushtono para ese se information na mangati ki escola no takulo tamanho na ensina sa wa telingohu pakun hapulo mais sanui sa yemasan ko na telunya kumalo di militar. Pues segundo na telunya hasut ngolong di militar. Dai angko na telunya diali bantu size onions. Pues luluan na telinong di telunya palaan ya tumo cuantos tempo paroli. Pues esta itata malala mo. Pues ipak ko, you know, tata tumumo na gua selentenya no za mangov no Matman imanyaina anay hapuno may sabi pagkod ko waha tamano to pabisan tamano lesinya tali na waha you know ipagkod no problemonya sa ipamalo na mangatsunya timatungo na parotoli ito ko waha signs or za timatungo sa ya piano ko wa otro na biyay imanay na mali wa no information ano ta timari para
Since Masi Sonora Señor Manadero, Visito Azurazo, por favor. Okay, so, a very good question. So the question is, we see children with separation anxiety disorder within the elementary period. However, the question relates to how about the children who are older in the high school area. There was a situation that happened when someone tried to end or kill himself. And so one of the questions, please correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am, is how could we determine the signs? What are the signs could we see if a person was to kill himself?
So, I'm glad you're asking, does that suffer from anxiety? We will get there, because on the next half, it's going to talk about depression and suicide. Suicide is not a diagnosis. Oftentimes they are depressed, and oftentimes anxiety and depression are co-occurring. What that means, they have both. But your question will be answered on our next, because we're going to get through anxiety, but go ahead, Dr. Santos.
What we're trying to do here is kind of give you like a baseline. Talk about trauma first yesterday, understand that. Now we're going to go through anxiety and depression. And that will lead up to the really difficult part of understanding suicide, or at least we're addressing it. So we'll get there.
Just to Mr. Onidera, Senor Onidera was my college professor who helped me with trauma. So I want to acknowledge him.
Wow.
Thank you.
A lot of educators in the room. There was discussion yesterday with Marissa, and Dr. Tony's with you, Mr.
Para questo di fommentare no para voz ang sessor sa Borlao ipatun dan nervios di masyado todo el tiempo cuando berna mamakilo nga fakilo tenha da que tu da sumanya da di sumono di afan inenun da ni pamano na gaidi yun ani stava yun na sigurnya niya na bataran tatapos ini un señor che pumano sias da gagawsa at kahita ni manlang ko wahalo ko no problemata da min sige no sinente na wahalo ben ta sohadia ta fakiludia pues man nervioso pues duruhin man ampurao duruhin man bolea matulay ka gusto kwenta pues tagana lopi man daan ko na sa magbubon enigi na senyar sesu undi at Jesusia. I have to answer, this is my own assessment of how to detect anxiety among the older set of children. But it also applies to even us as older adults and so forth. We tend to stay away, or we just keep quiet, or we become irrational at times, or sometimes we just fake it, so to speak. We smile on the outside, but deep inside we're tormented. And that's the kind of mental disorder that affects us all too, but it also occurs among the older children and so forth as they get older. And don't forget, stress is quite visible from middle school on to high school and so forth. But even among us adults, we do experience that too.
And I'm going to say thank you, Sonora, from the show, because the reality is we're talking about lifestyle. Anxiety starts because they learn it. That can be inherited, but it's learned. When they see the parents stressing, oh my God, that's a learned behavior. That's why I ask simple things. Is it innate or is it learned? Oftentimes it's learned. So even adults, at their end of their life, are worrying like, what's going to happen to my kids? What's going to happen to me? That's very common. And then it looks different from an elementary, and middle school, high school, young adult, and so forth. So we bring this up and we will get to it because it's a huge topic. We're doing an overview. The reality is it's happening. I can tell you, Guam used to be 2 completed suicides a week. It's horrible. What are we doing? When we're supposed to be a family of support, our community is supposed to be a family. We're familiar. Support, and yet they can't speak to somebody and say, I'm tormented. I'm gonna give another one, I'm gay. Oh my God, I'm married, but I want to be with somebody else. All these things, and it's okay. Because in the end of the day, we gotta provide support for these kids. And let me tell you, adults, you're with the kids, your anxiety also should see and demonstrate for these kids. So know that your impression are not done. The impression of what you do erratic, young kids look to adults for support, encouragement. They look to you to know what you're doing so they can feel secure. That goes back to safety. Maslow. We're talking about this theory because it's key to what we do. Okay. So, worry versus anxiety. I did tell you we're going to get through this. We tend to feel worry in our heads and anxiety in our bodies. What's our executive functioning? That's the brain, correct? That's the worry. Worry tends to be specific. Anxiety is more general. Now you're learning the difference. Worry can be more verbally focused, while anxiety includes verbal thoughts and mental and physical effects. Worry can trigger problem-solving behavior. Anxiety does not. That's when we, in therapy, we have to give them grounding techniques. I'm going to tell you, I fly a lot, and I have a turbulence, I start to pray. That is my grounding effect, because I feel like I'm going to die. Which, what is the stats on dying in an airplane? Right? It's more audio, right? Auto accidents. Worry creates mild distress, anxiety more severe. And that's the thing as a mental health professional, we look at what is the severity. Because when it starts to impede in their life, that is severe. No one should have to ever feel that worry all the time. And mind you, when you go to middle school, it's all about the clinic. Like for girls, the difference is who's prettier, how do they dress, who's skinnier, what are they wearing? And I like to say, people here honestly love brand names. By means, I have to save money to buy it, and I make pretty good money. But people who are barely making it are buying this stuff, and then they start to worry because their power is disconnected. I see this in therapy. So it's all priorities. I mean, truly, it is priorities, but it stresses them out, then it causes them anxiety. They go and the doctor says, here's the pills, but go see somebody in therapy. And when you find out the root cause, it's because priorities are all screwed up, right? And guess what happens to the children? It impacts the children. Oh, I don't know if we're going to be fed because mommy's walking around with an LV, right? No judgment here. Like, just if someone says they want to go to church, let me tell you, Mark Hama was someone from the north that I know would drive the kids down because the investment were their kids. Rightly so, a parent should. If I was a parent, that's exactly what I would do. And then when they get to charter school, because I know parents were saying, oh my God, what's going to happen? Mark Hama is closing. The fear in their, right, Angie? We have family that went to Mark Hama from Maritza.
Yes.
Our first cousins, sorry to say, 15 of them, because they just had a lot of kids. But okay, it is what it is. But I can say this, guys, charter school really allowed the people who were having difficulty but wanted to invest in their kids an opportunity to stay there and believe in their education. And I'm giving that example because I'm giving you live examples of who I actually see, and I'm going to call it out. I love private schools that say they don't have bullying, but interesting, in my private practice, I have people coming from Bishop out of all the private schools, and I'm like, wow. And when you see these parents, they're lawyers, they're doctors, we miss the point because they're the bullying. And when you ask the principal, 0 numbers in data,
which is so not true. It exists, but we need to know how to do it because even bullying is misunderstood. There's a clear difference. It has to happen more than once, it's repetitive, it's the power and control. But when you ask someone, oh, they're bullying because they're tough. No, what does that mean? This is why we're breaking it down because it's very important that we understand it. Which worry is caused by realistic concerns. Okay, very important. Anxiety is irrational. Worry tends to be controllable. You're able to say, manage it. Anxiety, much less. It dysregulates you. Worry can be a temporary state. Anxiety often lingers. Like I gave an example going on the plane. I love to travel, but it's like, oh my God, do I have to go in this time of the year? Because the turbulence are greater when it's winter, right? Worry doesn't impact our day-to-day functioning. It shouldn't. Anxiety does. And then worry is considered normative, right? We talked about the norm. That's a standard that is dictated by society, and it's a psychological state, and it's unnecessary when anxiety just happens. Okay, next.
Next sentence. So, what is the prevalence of anxiety? Some studies said there's about 3.3% of the population. Kind of think in your school, you may have 500 students, maybe 1%, 2%. In your classroom, maybe one out of that whole group might have anxiety. About 2.2% of those have anxiety disorder. That means it's serious enough that they might need services or treatment. And then the other, the adults, or the adolescents might have a little higher, 4.4%. So 1 in 6 or so might have anxiety. This one's from the UK, but I think, just think about your classroom and think about our students that we're working with now. I would say that anxiety is higher than it was when I was in elementary school, or when I was in middle school, or when I was in high school. I think that our youth are subject to so much more social media, so much more scrutiny. You can't do anything without it being put on Facebook or on Instagram. I mean, you might do something that's embarrassing in your school now, and it'll be all over the whole social media before the end of the day. It's a very different world that we live in. Next slide, please. Okay, so separation anxiety disorder, we talked about that. You might see that, that's probably the most common, in my own practice, you see that quite a bit. There might be something going on at home. There might be something going on with parents, and the youth doesn't want to leave the house, or they want to stay with the parents because they're afraid. Like maybe if one of the parents passed away, and they don't want to go back, and they don't want to lose their other parents, they stay home. And so 1 in 6 might have a mental health disorder, and 44% of those with emotional disorder are behind in their overall intellectual development. So again, almost half of your students that you work with, if they have anxiety disorder, or if they have even depression, or even some behavioral issue, they might have problems with their learning. So it affects up to 30% of our youth at some point, and they feel, like, I don't know, kind of think about that, our accessibility, up to 80%. Think about it, 80% of our youth are not getting services. And we're doing the youth behavioral survey here on Guam, and we find a lot of students that were not ever provided services that they should have. We're doing that with their screen.
I wanted to add, how many students in a class in charter school? Because we're mandated by GDOE to have less than 25, right? So what are your classroom in size like? 25? 25. So what's the range? Really quick, and so let's do basic math here. What's the range for B10? B10, 25? And you guys are from Correct Tech, and what's your number like in the class? 25? Same school? Okay, and how about uncommon? Oh my God, how do you get this learn?
They were really good if you could do 40.
We got a comment over here.
Okay, so they're a little bigger, 25 to 30. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I said 100 is 25.
Okay. The reason I'm saying this because CDC says the stats. I told you I'm a stats person. Just put this into perspective. 1 out of 5 children have some type of mental health disorder that are not identified. So they look at like in your class, frigidity, funny clown, fights, bad word. They come across oppositional. They cut, withdrawn. That's a lot to look for as a teacher. I was a teacher straight out of college, and I was like, I'm not doing this. I thought, let me be smarter, go to counseling so I can deal with smaller group of people. The reason I say this is you have 25, simple math. How many students in that classroom are undiagnosed that are having and exhibiting behavioral issues, behavioral concerns? How many?
I don't know, but I have a question.
Yes. If we can answer it, sure.
Okay. What about not only about the school areas, what about demographics?
Very important. Because that is key. And I don't want to arrange it, but we're going to talk about what we know. And Micronesia is fortunate. I would love to do my dissertation here. The reality is very limited with many things. You don't know in Micronesia depression, anxiety compared to the United States. I'm sorry, I look at the United States great, but where do I live? I want to make the impact. So I know like 15 years ago, I was a research assistant with Dr. Tiny Miller group and we presented the data. What group in Micronesia had the highest rate, this is archival data, had the highest rate of schizophrenia? All of Micronesia. What ethnicity? Let's see if you know. Okay, raise your hand when you say chickies, raise your hand.
Highest level of schizophrenia, what group do you think?
What ethnic group or racial group? Anybody? Okay. So people are scared to say it, and it's okay. How about Chamorros? Raise your hand. And if you don't know schizophrenia, that's oftentimes a thought disorder. They're disorganized. They hear voices, and those are oftentimes people you see on the streets that they're homeless, but it's really okay. So tomorrow, okay, who would say Filipinos? Okay, who would say Yapis? Who's like you? All right, Mr. B.
0.
Who would say Palauans? Okay, guess what? It's Palauans. Wow. See, you won't know because research helps us understand. Is it a genetic component or is it environmental or both? This was a Puma stronger. But the reason I'm putting this into perspective is that we know first episode of psychosis, which is not a disorder, happens at 15 during your schools. And you don't even know it. Oh, the cause for withdrawal. Oh, so the reason is so Mr. Will wanted to ask what's the cause. Now, because it was archival data, we couldn't provide the cause and effect. So at the time, we were looking at how many people came into Guam Behavioral Health, how many were diagnosed on what medication, what's their ethnicity, what age group. So we were looking at demographics. So we do not know the cause and effect, and research often implies, but never says the cause. Really a little, and you know this, as research for behavior, very difficult because there's way too many factors to consider.
Substance use?
That is a big contributing factor. And you're asking that, it also is genetic. And we look about it, so like even with depression, Doc, at any time you could, jump in.
I just have an interesting fact. So in the African American or the Black population, they have the high incidence of diagnosed schizophrenia, or the research said was due to diagnosis. So, that's kind of, I don't know, I'm not talking about Palawan, data, but just think about that. If you're in an urban setting, you're stressed out, how do you react? How do you react?
Yeah, so I'm spending time to let you know that we're from here. We need to look at what we are dealing with in our community. But if money is not available to research really gives us a better understanding to why things are happening. So that's why I'm taking the time to do that. All right, so worrying, do you ever feel anxious or worried? Interesting, 73% reported yes, right? And oftentimes it's boys and young people, and this is a sample size of Pakistan ethnicity, but it's from America. 61%, for females it's 62%. How often do you worry? 24%, or significantly lower. Why do you think that boys are lower than females?
Right.
Estrogen, okay. It's oftentimes, anyone like to know, it's underreported because our masculinity has to say, oh, there's no weakness in our men, right? I'm just saying, and girls are like, I'm going to report it. But that is a fact. Even in gender difference, the differences between genders is because girls are okay. Men or boys or males aren't. So we already know it's underreported. Okay? What types of things do you do sometimes that we worry about? Homework. You're the girl in TED Talk. I love those TED Talks, by the way. 49%. Man, weight for females. What country has the highest eating disorder, do you think? Oh, not the US. They're beautiful women. They have the most beautiful, like win a lot of queens. It is Latin America. They're beautiful. God knows, I think they got plastic surgery and everything. They do. They have the highest eating disorder.
In Italy, the average weight of an Italian woman is 15% less than the rest of Europe. So I'm very curious how much eating disorders they might have, the bulimia or the anorexia.
But we do have a high number because before I moved back to Guam, I worked in Kaiser Permanente in San Diego, and my goodness. Here I thought I was a young person and I looked fabulous. I never had issues about it. I was never enough. It was all about control, and these people were 75 pounds. Just to get them to put 2 pounds was like a year to get them because they were about starving their bodies of the nutrients. It's a very serious disorder. Nothing bad. We don't hardly see that in Guam. It's very rarely. We eat a lot. Let me speak for me. I can't speak for anybody else. But we eat a lot. And when you have other countries, they really, that's focused on the parents, just to know. Okay. Next. Sana?
Right next. Next one. So, who does anxiety impact? Everyone. Yes. So every child at some point in their life, developmentally, they're going to experience anxiety. Okay? Or you does. At some point in your life, you can think you've had anxiety, but then if it's not managed, it becomes a disorder. Okay? And like I said, it's part of natural development. Think about when was the most anxious thing that happened to you while you were in elementary or middle school, high school. Think about those things that really brought back those feelings of, even today. What's the most anxious thing? Your tech dies money, and you're trying to speak to a crowd, and they're all looking at you like, what are you going to say? And then what happens to cope in some new situations and challenges? Some children, just behaviorally by temperament might be anxious than others. You might know some that are a little hardwired. But again, our job is to help them kind of find the middle. And some can affect their education, they can affect their friendships, social, and they can impact everyday function. So the bottom line is anxiety can impact just about every level for our students, especially if it's not managed, if it's not taken care of. That's right.
So we're going to now do a exercise. We're going to give out flip charts. So Tony and Jesse, can I have you start flipping up charts? We're gonna have you draw a gingerbread. Oh, I know, so pick someone who's good. And I'm okay because I'm artistic. But you're gonna draw a big gingerbread, and then the inside of it, you're gonna write down all the symptoms of anxiety, and everything outside of it, what's the trigger of anxiety? I will help. No ChatGPT.
Oh no, we need to be yes, because it completely me.
No, I was in the middle, like what they told me yesterday.
No, me.
I always stand by each other.
That's what we need to do. Because you really should. Because a lot of things, this is what they do. Because this is exactly what they did. Anxiety, depression. They didn't put trauma in the reason is no, but it's great. It's fine. Telephone is not that was so they were tuned because this is what they need.
Yeah. Is my voice a little better now?
No, she didn't say we have to go. Yeah, she said we need to work something to take the next. I work with you. You're the doctor. And people listen to this too. And I'm looking around and I love the they really, which is good. After this, we gotta move.
Let's move, man.
Because God is the answer for
How much more do we have to do?
I didn't really we do every day, like the whole day.
Yeah, it's almost 2 days. They really like the activities. It's just perfect for the big tired. 5 minutes, babe.
All right, 2 more minutes.
Okay, we're down to 1 minute.
Triggers and trouble. Get that out and then get to yeah. That's okay, it's just jumping.
Do you guys need a few more minutes? Or you guys are good?
More time?
It's more time? Do you need one more? Okay, we're going to give you 1 more minute.
60 seconds.
Okay, we're going to be wrapping it up. Do you need a few more? 1 more minute? Okay. We're going to give you 1 more minute.
But we should show them the fashion stuff. Maybe we should show them the fashion stuff.
Okay, let's get their triggers and then go to the class. Because then we got to go to the question.
Okay, let's go. We're going to show the
Oh, 1 minute. Yeah. I know it's true.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Yay! We are done, and we have a volunteer. All right, let's go. You will be second. They're first. Go ahead.
What school, Manchester School?
Marilu na somo, sesu hameri, cari momo mito somo, kumakati, unseni nalang malago hamuta,
yes,
sesu hamalalo, ambassador,
yes,
dan masalu malini,
yes.
Apa presidensi Fuera de nasionalnya hak kalau lagu hak, tentu hak kalau selagi sebenarnya. Emo, madibusya isang nagpara hak din eskwela. Wahak malamu di familia. Nalibit sa somo, magiging ako sa pagpuro. Duluan ako para sila naman ketemu. O sabihin semuanya yang nasa luto ng tutup. Ada problema di minha família, para separar o sinal da cidade. Dan quando viai, qual o nome desse? Quando ele disse que tinha uma civil e nessa me se lembro.
Good job! Now we're going to have group number.
Okay, here. And I love it at work.
Alright. Can you say what school you guys are from? What charter school you're from?
That might not be in our favor.
I refuse to disclose. Just for the record, these are not my responses. This is a collective effort. I'm from Career Tech. Here we go. So the first question was on the outside, what triggers anxiety? And we had time constraints, self-medication, yelling, erectile dysfunction, competition, hey, when you record me and put that out of my room, sex, public speaking, people, hygiene, the environment, food toxicity, the weather, and other expectations. Okay, second question is, on the inside, write down the symptoms. Crying, headache, constipation, pee-pee, dry mouth, vomiting, you shake, you faint, you have a migraine, muscle tension, rapid heart rate, loss of concentration, sexless, so lack of sex drive. I'm not looking at anybody. Yeah, and sexless. There you go. Lack of concentration. Right? Don't do that.
Okay, thank you. Career Tech, everything Career Tech said in English, they said it tomorrow.
You can tell that we're really loosening up.
Yeah.
We're finding out more about Career Tech and their anxiety and their and then on to us at Guam Academy. After being the first charter school and island, we'll start with what the triggers are. And we too, I'm finding, have loosened up. And now we're like really honest with us being triggered by the accountant. And so that's from the outside, and what happens when we see her? As the manager, high blood pressure. That came from our admin extraordinaire, Ms. Carlos, that she said her symptom was, we all share high blood pressure. All right. Now we all pretty much share similar triggers. Fear, illness, stress, work, family, relationships, financial situations, grieving. When we're faced with death in the family, it's not just 1 day, 2 days. And with our families from the Micronesia region, the expectation, especially on our males, are a lot higher. So having that compassion and that awareness to just be aware of what triggers us is also triggering to the people that we are serving.
Yes.
I think I could just go on. I mean, then just stop, but yeah. But I'm good.
Well, we have the next group here. So who's, alright.
Hey guys, good afternoon. It's us again. We're gonna come to the center just to make sure everyone hears it. Okay. I just want to say that none of these points are based on any of our personal experiences. Oh no! Okay, here we go. So triggers. I'm gonna start with coworkers. The biggest person, spouses. We work in school, so exams, homework, sometimes chat back. I don't know if you know about that. I knew you would all love that. Medical reasons, projects, abuse, high expectations, being singled out like I was yesterday, which caused a lot of low self-esteem, caused poverty, and of course all of the others that the other groups share. The symptoms that we came up with, we kind of wanted to pair it with the triggers, like if you are triggered by chatback, most likely the symptoms will be sneaky. You know?
Where do you find the time?
Okay, stress eating, like most of us did during lunch, not eating at all. I saw two folks upstairs that did not eat at all, so I wanted to make sure they were okay. Elevated heart rate, self-harm or cutting in a lot of our students. Being very quiet. I have a lot of coworkers tend to be females that seems to exhibit OCD. Anyways, I'm going to stop here and give time for the rest. Thank you very much.
I learned, so we are your parapros and our school nurses here. So some symptoms of anxiety are not eating, loss of appetite, hair loss, heart racing, trouble sleeping, crying. We also have feeling nervous. That's what I'm feeling right now. Trouble concentrating, shortness of breath. We have addiction, lying, overeating. We also have sweating, stomach pain, and headache. Yes. And then our triggers. You guys are triggered by your coworkers. I'm only triggered by one, Mr. Good. we have loud sounds, homework, looks, hair loss as well is a symptom and a trigger. Grades, financial obligations, paying bills, tests and exams, bad influences, your health. And we have one student, which is our favorite, he's really triggered by garbage trucks. So that's a big one for us too. And that's it.
Thank you. We go back on this last time. Everyone there?
All right.
Over here, okay. Who's ready? You ready?
So who is this speaker? Seems to be the recorder and the speaker, but okay.
They got some beautiful artwork too. Come on up.
They have such a cute gingerbread bow. My goodness.
What is the happening? Well, who's seeing Mr. N? He's a BTAX. We're with the BTAX team. There was a lot, so I was assigned the secretary to write everything, but they wrote too much work. They said too much words to me, so I decided to just draw them because it was faster. So triggers. I'm gonna start here. Someone said deadline, so we threw a skull on a line, deadlines. Zelensky Salapi, because we get triggered by Gaza Salapi. Right? Then over here we have peers in pressure, peer pressure. We didn't want to use the word zakmak, but if you go through a breakup or things are happening, relationship problems, that could be a trigger. We have a coffee mug here because caffeine can also be a trigger of anxiety. And then that's gonna come next. And then what we have here is we have ne plus me, neni, right? Because sometimes I was told to write this. I'm not a woman, so all the ladies told me to write it down. Is that sometimes if our babies, are having a hard time or things like that, that sometimes triggers their anxiety. So it's like, oh, okay, got you. Now, the symptoms that may occur, I'm gonna say this one last, okay? That's a trigger, but let me go into the symptoms. The symptoms that may occur includes headache, so I drew the head exploding emoji for headache. Sickness, so we have this sickness emotion. I wanted to finish writing the word breath, but I stopped because of shortness of breath. Sometimes sweating, when you're a little bit shaky, these are other symptoms. Incontinence is a symptom. And then they told me to write neni again because of postpartum sometimes is also a symptom of anxiety. And then, why did we do the heart monitor again? Palpitations, heart palpitations in case. I'm gonna go back to this last trigger because he, was very unspecific in calling us out. But one of our triggers of anxiety, I wrote here, neni, ano. Okay? Neni is Chamorro for baby. And in Tagalog, ano is baby ano. Thank you.
Make sure we can hear from down there, okay? They can hear down there.
Do some heating on the outside. Triggers, we have stress, rejection, judgment, failure, past traumas, fears, uncertainty, high standards, conflict relations, what if, English, we're not allowed to speak English at work. Heavy breathing, nausea, fatigue, restlessness, draining, discomfort, and avoidance.
So Marlo's next. Who's going to be the speaker?
Okay, so on the outside, write down what may be a trigger. We put trauma, parents, fairs, because we have a lot of fairs at our school. Travel, expectations, judgment, peers, teachers. We also have a lot of projects, so we put projects. Test, concerts. We have 3 major concerts. You guys should definitely come to one. It's very fun. And then we also have homework. And then our students' very favorite one, their uniform infractions. Because our kids have to be dressed really nice when they come to school. Yay. We believe that if you look good, you feel good, you will learn good. Yeah. So, on the inside of the template, write down what symptoms may occur. We put self-harm, shaking, unwilling to participate, so they'll stay home. Lies, sweating, throwing up, overeating, crying, indecisiveness. Stomach aches, hyperventilating, they'll also just shut down in general. Headaches, or because we do offer an amazing martial arts program, they go to Coach B and all our other wonderful coaches to get some extra training. Yeah. And that's it for
right here, no?
SIFA, right?
Okay.
SIFA is the last group.
Always right.
That side is not moving, she's naturally short, I'm so sorry. So everyone can see. Sorry, save the best for last as always, everybody. So, thank you. Okay, so in the dark letters, it was just like general categories because we have a lot of examples, right? So in our triggers, so pressure, so stuff like public speaking. We have exams because it's very stressful to do that, like the presentations to PD is stressful. Life changes, stuff like new baby or getting married, or maybe kids getting married, even worse, right? So I'm not worried about marrying again, but my kid is getting married. So we have previous trauma, stuff that we learned yesterday, right? Family stressors, like from our culture, our expectations. My mom said I have to go to the rosary again. So, that kind of stuff. And again, like all 9 nights, plus the 9 nights after that, we still have to go. So, family stressors, the expectations that are there. Relationships, both with our co-workers, our family at school, our family at home, our extended family and our extended family, that kind of stuff. One of the things that aren't there, but everybody talked about was co-workers, so I just want to put on the record, all of the administrative team that's not at the team. We have here yesterday, basically. Sorry, Dr. Jane. And then, the ones that are like perfectionists, like this can be just right, it's just out of the little details, right? Okay, so some of the symptoms is like we have dissociation, where we just kind of pull back and just shelter down, that kind of stuff. We learned about the 3 Fs. Everybody know the 3 Fs is the first F? Fly, free. Okay, we have that sweating. I put it up here in the alpha area, so it's easier to associate. And then we have like the nail biting, picking, nervousness, that kind of stuff. Hyperventilation, the irritability, both easily or easily. So that falls together, and then we have the, like I said, shutting down. So that's a lot of issues.
You guys bring such uniqueness from every school, because again, the culture is different in each school. So triggers and symptoms are going to speak through this because we need to get through depression and suicide.
I don't think there's any that we've not touched here, right? Then we have anxiety of the Lieutenant of Revenue Service, IRS. Nobody? How about the Inspector General? Nobody? Okay. Anyway, these are, how about the FBI? You're getting feds in the room here? Well, it could be. Anyway, so these are some of the major triggers, of course. We went through all these, and it looks like you pretty much find a lot of those come from creative ones as well. And then our symptoms on this side. So that's kind of the idea of this exercise, is to kind of find out what are our triggers and our symptoms. So the next part we're going to do is we're going to go through some interventions to do in the classroom. What? No, we're going to go through. Keep going. So let's get a second here. Let's get all that. Okay.
You will get the slides. We're just going to, because we're being mindful of time. What can school staff do to support a child or young person who experiences anxiety? Again, we're going to just go through this, but if you see in the green, help that young person think through what they have learned about their fears, because really that's what anxiety is. It's the fear, okay? Letting them know that they're going to be okay, reassuring them of that. And then, teachers can help pupils, students, to rate their anxiety levels. I use that all the time. Even with adults, I'm like, what? Well, how are you doing today? 5 being great, 4 being okay. If it's anger or anxiety, tell me, is it 5? That it's like overflowing and it's overwhelming. Then you go down to 1, saying no anxiety. Because that is, they're giving you their perception, how they feel, where they're reading it. So that's a good way kind of to start that conversation. I notice what they face, our feared situation, and it can be repeated. praise and reward. You know, we always say, good job, teachers, you know that, or even school aides, anybody, great job. That helps in the mind to get to achieve the goal that you're trying to do. Students respond to that very well. Now, if they have a mental health issue, it's a little more work, okay? And then use distraction techniques to take their mind away from anxiety. So as a therapist, we teach them grounding effects. That technique is something like you touch something. I pray, I told you about the airplane, I pray a whole lot because I know I'm not gonna die, but the idea, I definitely want to go out with a bang with my sword if I was to die. And with children, you're gonna have to say, ooh, explain to me, what do you see I spy? It distracts their thought. And there's a theory to that, which means you can only occupy one thought at a time, okay?
Yeah, one emotion can only be focused on at one time. So think about that. If you've ever been very angry, and then if you change your thought, you feel like love and compassion. You can't be angry and compassionate at the same time. You'll occupy one space at a time. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is one we've used in the schools, the worry box. Just ask your students to write the things that are bothering them and put it in the box. And then it gives them an opportunity to kind of make it real for themselves, and then put it in the box and put it away. And at some point in the classroom, we may bring them out and say, let's talk about it and kind of work through that. But it's a little technique. Again, talk about sharing. If you talk about it, you work with somebody and you have an opportunity to share it, you don't feel lost. And also, even just cognitive behavioral work that's saying, don't worry, be happy. If you say that to yourself, you're going to change that thought in your mind. Next slide. Okay, this is an anxiety thermometer. If you can see this. Way down here, here's where we're calm. They keep going up to fine.
Can you put the mic? I can barely hear you.
Very high, and keep going up to feeling unfocused, and you keep thinking about the problem, and all the way is number 10. So we ask our students from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 0 being the lowest, and trying to understand what are your triggers. Next one. Okay, sometimes we use little stuffed animals. People have pet dogs. Our pet service animals, the veterans have a service animal. That animal can understand or feel what you're going through, and having that relationship with them helps to relieve your anxiety as well. So we use that in the class sometimes, have them come up with a little monster or something.
And have them be creative, because they're making it their own. They're taking ownership.
Okay. All right. We tried to do a little dance before that, but didn't go too well. But movement helps. We have our jiu-jitsu over here, but also in the classroom, a person, a student especially, sometimes get them all up and say, let's just kind of shake it off. Folks, let's shake it off. We play a song, move around a little bit, and it helps kind of alleviate some of that somatic symptoms. Okay, did that one? Right? Okay.
And so I don't know how it is in your school, but DOE, they actually have an elementary. We were at an elementary school and they play, they all get together and they start singing along and dancing. You'd be amazed at someone who comes in and is very moody, like very irritable boy or irritable female, how it changes quickly.
Okay. Oh, we just did mindful breathing. Mr. Leto did that with you, but also there's mindfulness, where it's a whole exercise of learning how to breathe and bring down that anxiety. That the parasympathetic nervous system is the one that will take over. And again, two emotions can't occupy the same place at the same time. So if we're going to have an anxiety attack, we said to breathe into a paper bag. Breathe into a paper bag. Okay. What else we got here? That's yours.
That's an exercise, and then books help. And remember, we're all a kid in ourselves, even adults. This will be helpful when you use this type of books, fiction books.
Maybe go back to that next slide.
And then create a safe space. It's really important, you guys know as teachers, you gotta be creative. And this are just resources, and now we're gonna shift to depression and suicide. Okay?
Everybody take a little quick stretch while we get ready here.
1 minute stretch.
Where do I need to, the wrist stuff?
Very beginning. I think we're in slide 4. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to focus on depression and suicide in youth, essential training for school personnel. I made this specifically for school personnel. All right, so let's get started. Learning objectives, increase knowledge about the impact of suicide in the community, learn the connection between depression and suicide, dispel myths and misconceptions about suicide, learn risk factors and signs of suicidal behavior in youth, and learn how to assess risk and find help for those at risk. Now I'm going to ask you, I am a trainer for youth mental first aid. Have you guys heard of that? Raise your hand, have you been trained in youth mental health first aid? 1, 2. That's right. So if you look at what's happened in the nation, it started from Australia. This is the best curriculum to get certified, to understand the signs and symptoms with youth that you know how to. Remember, sign is what you observe, right? And what do you do? Has anyone been assist trained? Okay, this is even better because assist training is very specific to ask, do you want to die? You're asking very specific because a therapist doesn't ask that. We have to look at other things. But I'm going to really encourage you all to get trained in one of these things. Yeah.
My question is how can, I'd like to get everyone trained at the expense of the charter council. So how do you do that?
I say to the consolidated grant, I shouldn't be saying this,
okay.
But as a trainer, DOE, and they're part, you guys are part of that, you need to put in the requests and then you can go and do training.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the name? What is the name of it?
It's youth mental health first aid and Will, right? It's pretty good. Yeah.
Felly, follow up on that, and then I can talk with the superintendent.
And then assist is a 2-day training, and that is for, again, you guys need to arm yourself. Really, we are losing too many people in our community, and we need to really identify them, give them the support, because they really are crying for help. And letting you know, oftentimes their parent or cousin or someone had committed suicide, then they commit suicide. And they're at greater risk, and we need to know that because their life is worth everything. And we gotta do our due diligence to keep them safe.
And it's a realistic goal to have each and every one of you at least trained in mental health first aid. That's 8 hours or so? 1 day. And then the assist is only 2 days. But again, those 2 programs will make a big difference in your work with your students. And we're committed. Ms. Page, she's a trainers. We get certified as a trainer. But we can do that. So we start off with group 10, we go from there. But eventually, everybody in the school will be able to. Okay, so this is called the last taboo, huh? And we brought this as the last part of our discussion deliberately because we're kind of ready to talk about some of the tough stuff. How many suicides do we have in the school district a month? Have you had a guess?
You're talking about the school as a whole, like charter school included?
Yeah, well, GDOE and charter school.
GDOE, right?
GDOE,
because we don't track suicides in charter, but we track it in DOE when it's being aware of it.
Okay, well, I'll just answer the question. And normally it's not going to be advertised per se, but Rosary uses a young person. We'll probably have 2 a month in our schools. And in my career, I can count probably a dozen students. But again, there might have been another dozen that we helped or saved. But that's kind of what we're trying to do.
I don't mean to, sorry to cut you off, but realistically, we had to respond to several charter schools because of suicide. We did. Sadly, the last year DOE in itself, we had 3 in November. And they're all high school students. We miss them when we have a very good process of protocol. And even when you have the greatest protocol, and we don't have trained people who keep fighting, and it's being like you're being told to do more. I wish I had that luxury because my boss keeps giving me more work, and I'm gonna say, the boss, it's like that's the other related duty that we need to do.
And if I may, I believe Guam has one of the highest in the country. Again, it's anecdotal, but I've worked in other communities, and certainly Palo Alto, where I went to school, they have low suicide rate like we have. So there's something to think about. Understanding suicide helps communities become proactive rather than reactive. Most of the time it's a cry for help, or it's something going on systemically that can be prevented or at least intervened with. Reducing stigma. Like I said, it's not going to make the paper. Usually we'll see the rosary. No one's talking about it. It's kind of like the elephant in the room, right? We're not going to talk about it. We consulted last semester in a school. We brought the teachers in. We brought some of the students in, and try to get them to process. At least they understand what's going on. And then ignoring suicide means we are helpless to stop it. Youth depression, suicide. So this is an epidemic that's occurring on our island. Ignoring it is not going to help things. It's not going to go away on its own. It takes each and every one of you, as teachers, aides, as administrators, each and every one of you, to intervene, to make that difference with that student.
So why should we learn about suicide prevention? Because it is the 3rd largest killer of youth ages 10 to 24. Wow. Sally, there aren't enough research below the age of 13. And we know by the science that the brain is still developing. Therefore, their judgments and their choices, they don't really understand when they take suicide. In America, we don't put enough money to understand it. Up to 25% of adolescents consider suicide seriously at some point in their lives. We know this because they talk about it. And let me just tell you, is it a myth if you were to bring suicide up as a conversation? Are you putting in or instilling thoughts of suicide in their brain? Raise your hand if you think it's true. Please, take a position here. Is it a myth that if you were to talk about suicide to a student, are you inserting those thoughts? Raise your hand if you say that statement is true. Okay? Who says no? The truth is no. It's false. Because they're already thinking it. What you're doing is having a hard conversation for them to say, that's how I feel. So truly, it is a false statement. That is a myth. You need to talk about it. We really have thoughts about it. No one is safe from the risk of suicide. It doesn't discriminate with race, age. Everyone, when you have a thought, it will impact you. Whether it's wealth, education, intact family, popularity, it cannot protect us from that risk.
The federal government, they funded a program called Together with Veterans, and that was a 3-year initiative to impact suicide on Guam. And what we did with that funding is to provide protective factors, provide outlets for the veterans. And coming back from deployment, coming back from war zone and readjusting, it's very, very difficult. Not to mention if you have scars. So, excuse me, we had pretty good success rates, and we did lose a few in the project, but I would say more veterans saved themselves than were lost. And one veteran lost is one too many.
Well, it goes back to resources and providing the support. And first of all, you need to identify them. and then give them and connect them and refer them to the appropriate services and providing the resources. So the last bullet says a suicide attempt is a desperate cry for help. And let me tell you, working at mental health for many years, I have my specialty, I've lost a few under my care. And it was tough. I actually blamed myself that I did not do enough. I wasn't skilled enough. I had to go through my own therapy and through clinical supervision to accept that I did my best. And when people want to do it, the best that you can do is sometimes not even the best. And I got to accept that. So just be mindful that if you do your due diligence, that's very important.
Okay, so here's some gender issues. Women are perceived as being at a higher risk than men. It is true that women may make more attempts than men. However, males are much more lethal. So they complete the suicide. And why is that? Fall through. Yeah. I'm sorry? Fall through means of lethality. Most suicide by males are by gunshot or by hanging. Now our females might be used overdose, or might be something that's a little less fatal, lethal. Okay. And then let's see, there's the ratios for boys and girls, and then the literature just says that the ratio for men is always higher. We talked about certain groups, our service members, veterans of Iraq, certain people with certain suffering from behavioral disorders, substance abuse, those are the risk factors. Next slide.
So youth suicide, persons under the age of 25 accounted for 13.6% of all suicides in 2003. Every year we lose more than 4,000 young people to suicide, and 90% of them are experiencing depression, which is very preventable. We know that when you get out. Now, I'm not going to say it's easy, but it is preventable. And two, 20% of high school students admitted, and this is a study that was done in Ohio, was shown a significant suicide thought within the past year. Now, I'm going to take a moment because Guam has high rates. You see that the numbers for teenage is going down. Guess what age group has gone up based on the most recent MP profile suicide. And it's done by Guam Behavioral Health. They get grants to do that. So if anyone want to take a guess, I'm going to localize it because those are people you know, family or friends.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said that before it was teenagers?
Correct.
Now it's no longer teenagers,
Correct.
it's in a decrease?
The number, it decreased, but the numbers went up at a different age group. So I'd like to ask, what do you think, or what age group do you think is impacted more? 30 to 40, okay.
40 to 30. Yep.
30, 40.
Okay, letting everyone know, it's between 18 to 35.
Wow.
And guess how we know? When you go to a rosary, right, because we walk the same cultures you go, you show respect. But the reality is, that is the age group that's gone up. Okay? So I'm not saying this because they're not in your schools. They might have been your family, a friend, right? So it impacts all of us.
Yeah, one of the biggest groups, American Indians, Native Americans. My mom is from the Sandia Pueblo, my dad's tomorrow. We go back for ceremony every year. We go back for ceremony. And sure enough, every year we see somebody that I knew from the year before, young person. To me, it might be epidemic, but also I think it's become important, generational for us. You know, they have that feeling of hopelessness and the feeling they can't get off the reservation. There's a lot of factors. But it just kills me to see somebody I just knew the year before, a young person, you know, full of life. Right now, they put a chair up for them with their picture for memorial, and we're praying for them for the next, for the next life. Okay, go ahead. Everybody doing okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we're trying to, we saved it for the last because, we're really prepared for really heavy things here.
Life can get overwhelming, and sometimes people feel like they have no way out of their current situation. The thought of wanting to end your own life is terrifying, but unfortunately a reality that many young people face. Sometimes people have passing thoughts of death. For example, they may wish they wouldn't wake up the next day. Even when there doesn't appear to be immediate danger, these thoughts should be taken seriously. On the other hand, sometimes people have active suicidal thoughts, meaning they have a specific plan, access to the means, and intent to carry it out. If you or someone you know is experiencing active suicidal thoughts, call 911 or go to the nearest emergency room. Meet Dakota. Dakota has been bullied at school and his whole life is unpredictable. His parents fight a lot, and sooner or later their anger turns toward Dakota. Dakota doesn't feel safe or comfortable anywhere. Dakota began to have thoughts of ending his life. He felt no one would miss him, or could help him relieve the hopelessness he was feeling. One day at school, his teacher asked him how he was doing after she noticed he hadn't been acting like himself lately. He opened up to the teacher about what was going on and his suicidal thoughts. He felt compassion and care from the teacher, and she helped him get the support he needed. Having thoughts about death doesn't mean you're crazy. It is your brain getting your attention in a dramatic way that something is wrong. A lot of times people don't want to die. They just want their pain to stop. There are almost always warning signs that someone is thinking about suicide, such as making hopeless or angry posts on social media, having noticeable mood or personality changes, or giving away possessions. Check in if you think something is wrong. It will communicate that you care, and it might save a life. If you yourself experience suicidal thoughts, know that you are not alone. Being human can involve intense suffering and confusion, but professional counselors can help you through whatever is causing you pain.
Good. Any thoughts? Any feedback?
Well, I wanted to share, have you ever heard of Kevin Hines? He's a motivational mental health speaker. And I saw him speak at Georgetown when I was at mental health like 20 years ago. Have you ever heard the name Kevin Hines? Let me recommend you look him up. He's come to Guam twice from Total Guam. And he is a student from, now as an adult, but lived in San Francisco. He had bipolar, substance use, you name it, he struggled. He jumped over the Golden Gate Bridge, wanted to die because he just couldn't deal with his pain. And that, I'm telling you, my husband is there. I have people call me at 6 in the morning, who's a good friend of mine, and just says, I can't handle this, I'm not going to make it. I could say no because I'm not a therapist, but as a friend, I'm like, let's talk about this. It takes about an hour to get him to get up the bed, off the bed, how great his life is with his wife and his children. Just imagine, if I had a husband who didn't understand the work I do, he was calling me at 6 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Boyfriend?
Friend, who clearly needs my help. But the truth is, this, which goes back to Kevin Hines, he was walking, going to, and as he was thinking, you ever hear his story? He was going to the Golden Gate Bridge, and the girl said, he said, I was hoping someone would ask me, how are you doing? And one lady goes, can you take a picture? He knew that he was going to jump off that Golden Gate. He jumped down, dived in, and when he jumped off, he said, I realized I didn't want to die. He was right, and it cracked his spinal cord, and guess who? He could not swim up because he broke his legs. It was the sea lions that helped him surface to the top. He is now, if you ever see him, you would never think he struggled. and he continues to struggle with mental health, but he talks about it because everyone here, and I'm not asking for disclosure, you don't realize you even have a diagnosis and you're just not diagnosed. People should not be angry. People should not be miserable. When people are miserable, they want everybody to be miserable. But if you're feeling that way, you kind of think about that and kind of observe that, because what you're feeling, can you imagine children who are trying to figure it out? You need to be there to talk, to comfort, and connect them. Okay, so that's really why I bring this up, because we really need to make a difference.
So we'll go through some of the risk factors. So there could be psychosocial. The biological issues could be issues with their medical concerns, psychological, of course, depression. 90% of the completed suicides in the study, they had a mental health issue, 90%. So if you treat the mental health issue, you have a chance to stop the suicide. And then social issues, they have higher rates in certain communities, a lot of oppression, a lot of lack of resources, and lack of feelings of just giving up. Okay, and then history of suicide increases the risk by 6 times. So if you think about your families, if you know somebody that had a suicide in their family, they may or may not be more at risk, but it increases it. We've had cases where the youth committed suicide, and then the parent committed suicide later on, or in the family. Access to firearms. The VA had a big campaign where they said they're going to put out handgun trigger guards. It's just a cable, but it slows you down enough to make you rethink it over. Because what's the problem with the firearm? You pull that trigger, it's over. But if you have to go get the key for that firearm, for that handguard trigger, that might be enough time for you to rethink it over. Then loss or death, separation, divorce, moving, breakup. Those are a lot of those other areas. And shock and pain can affect the brain. Shock and pain can affect the brain. So we talked about trauma at the beginning of this. We talked about anxiety, and that's what we brought to this point about the suicidal issues. Okay, next slide.
Right, so social isolation is one factor people who are rejected because they are weird. And this is very prominent with middle school students when they're trying to identify with the group. This is where if you're in the middle school, please notice this. Ask them, hey, I'm concerned. Looks like you normally would be very involved and participate, and I've noticed that you are becoming withdrawn or isolated. Have that conversation in such a way. Aggressiveness or impulsiveness. God, I'm impulsive. I was growing up. I did things before I even thought about it. I thought sometimes too late. But people with these traits may not stop and think about the real consequences. That's why I know in therapy, I use simple things like stop, think, observe, and perceive. What does that mean? Let's practice that. And the second biggest risk factor is having alcohol or drug problem. Guys, this is a major issue on the certified drug and alcohol. DOE has high rates of it. I don't know if you're experiencing that in your schools. I can clearly, what do you think is the number one or top 3 substances that at least our community is faced with? What do you think based on that? Okay, math. Someone said what? Alcohol. Anything else? Vaping is the number one thing. Suspension. Apparently, we don't have a good understanding of it because our policy says suspend, but we're not teaching them the effects. I think we're not doing enough to be preventive work. What's the second one, do you think, that it's going to be? Cigarettes. What's the second one? First one's vaping. The second one is cigarettes. The third one, someone said it's alcohol. When you go to the South, you can notice it's marijuana. But you come to Dedido, I'm from Dedido, I hail from Dedido, it's becoming increasingly with meth. And you'd be like, 6th grade meth, how they, because it's so cheap. I'm being told by the students that they're hustling, and if they're selling it, they get a piece of that pie. which is they're getting high. And that's a reality. That is really a reality. Are you guys experiencing any of that in your charter schools? Vape? Okay. How about cigarettes? Yes? Dab? Okay, now they get harder, right? They look like, oh my God, we have to figure it out. And we have collaborated with Thrive Coalition with Karen GPD. We do a whole presentation on catch my breath because it's like 4 hours long. It's a long process. Are you guys having issues with alcohol? Okay, that's a reality because middle school tells me they can go to a mom and pop store and get it for $5 for vodka. And I'm telling you, they're teaching me because I don't drink, but I'm like, $5 vodka? Do you know we send you alcohol? But I'm not judging, but they tell me it's easy access. So she's saying that they put it in the flask, you're right. So I'm gonna ask you, what do you guys do? What does your policy say? It's interesting, I'm gonna say this. I'm not a lawyer, but we do cis and assist.
Cis and assist. Assist and assist.
C's and assist. So they will have all the grade levels coming to the school, and they're legal because our lawyer said it's legal. But it stops everything. But we need to. This is how we need to kind of take a stand. Because I'm going to tell you, 5-6 years ago.
I'm sorry. What did your lawyers for DOE said?
No, we can do that. We can say that. It just can't be one person. We have to do it across the grade level. You can't discriminate. Even if you know the reality, you have to do it to all students, is really what they said. So I'm just saying you got to strengthen your policies because it's happening. And then what happens? I'm going to be very honest with you. I've been telling my colleagues, my deputies, active shooter is all a matter of time. Okay, you listen to the child, understand child psychology, there's always someone who's going to try to beat the person of killing 4 people. And where are the 3 places that happens? Anyone?
School.
School is one.
Church.
Well, to be honest, it's the law and hospital, based on the research, and this is done by FBI. Law enforcement.
The school, the mall, and the hospital.
Okay.
Those are soft targets.
That's what he said exactly. It's soft target. They can come in. Now I'm gonna ask you, do you guys, as they come into your school, do you have somebody patrolling or having guests check as they come in? Because I'm gonna tell you, that's why DOE is having school aides do that. Because we did go training with Louisiana State University, and they recommend that everyone come in. That means more things to go through. But trust me, if someone's gonna come in, that one call can give you seconds to lock the door and do shelter in place.
My question is, don't you guys have peace, what do you call those?
School resource officers?
Yes.
We do. We only have
So why
one high
don't
school.
they do that for the school?
They're not, because they walk around. The reality is.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a parapro or a school aide who gets paid far less, who's not qualified enough to do that, because a school aide is a school aide.
Okay, so I'm gonna defer that. Please go ask my superintendent and my board if that's the policy. I'm just saying, they do have GPD in our campuses in high school. That's above my pay grade. And I'm just gonna say, we're really trying to not be a soft target because I keep saying it's all a matter of time.
And just going back to the mass shootings, the majority of folks that have mass shootings have mental illness. I did a kind of a lot of research. Right after she got my start working in the time Columbine occurred back in 97 or 96. Back in Colorado, probably 3 years more. But Columbine, the 2 individuals both, they did put a lot of signs. They put their mass shooting, they put it on the web. They talked about Hitler's birthday. Both of them were bullied. They were in they're called the goth gang. but they had mental health issues, and they were not diagnosed nor they were treated officially. So if we had got to them, or we, or the school, or were supposed to, it may have stopped that whole tragedy. We have mass shootings probably every month in the States, and I hate to say it, but God forbid, but we have to be very, very vigilant. Because you'll know. But Guam has not had one of the schools, and we pray to God that this will not occur. I think we have different cultural values, but it might, we have to do the right thing to identify the students that may or may not be at risk.
And you do need to take seriously when they make threats. And they should, I don't know what your policies are, but there should be a threat assessment, because we hear it all the time. And we do not take that lightly. GPD needs to come and then arrest them. Again, I'm not law enforcement, I'm not gonna pretend, but our policy is once GPD comes, they need to then do their part. But we need to protect safety. It's about the safety of all the children that you serve and your personnel, right, your staff.
So again, we just talked about this, but the biggest predictor is mental health issue, especially depression. 90% of folks that have committed suicide or committed suicide did have a diagnosis of mental health issue. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we talked about mental health issues, but we try to cover the big ones in this training here. What are the big ones we talked about? Trauma,
anxiety,
substance use, anxiety, depression.
And depression. Those are the big ones we see in our schools. So that's the point of this there. A lot of times, if we get to the mental illness, it's going to make a big difference. Go ahead. Okay, we talked about mental illness.
You ready to video? Can we move on? Because we're going to have to continue. No, we saw the video.
Okay.
So this is a quote. I'm 6 feet tall. The way I felt these past few months, it is as though I am in a very small room, and the room is filled with water up to about 5'10", and my feet are glued to the floor, and it's all I can do to breathe. So this is, again, this came from a student who actually shared this, but understand in their perception that that's in their reality, because that's how they're feeling.
These are some stats again. 32,000 in 2005 committed out of about 30,000 of million suicides, and then they're documented by the examiners. It's estimated 2 to 3 times actually complete suicide. So sometimes the person may come in, it looks like it was an accident, but in fact it was an act intentional.
So 20 years of brain research teaches that these symptoms are results of changes in the physical structure of the brain and the damage to the brain cells, the hippocampus, the amygdala, and the limbic system. As diabetes, and I'm going to tell you, I worked with a very eloquent doctor, a psychiatrist, Dr. L.G. Leon Guerrero. She said something when I first went back to Guam, as diabetes is the result of which is interesting, it's very similar to this, of low insulin production by the pancreas. Depressed people suffer from a physical illness, what we might consider faulty wiring. It's no different with someone with diabetes.
Yeah, so if your blood sugar goes down, what happens? Your neurons aren't firing as well, and basically your thoughts are not as clear. Okay, so some of the things about depression: weight loss, sleep problems, tiredness, sad mood, loss of interest, irritability, confusion, negative thinking, withdrawal from friends and family, and sometimes suicidal thoughts. Those are some of the big things. It's usually the criteria is 2 weeks of those types of major symptoms or ideation. That's kind of the criteria. There's different types of depression. Depression with psychotic features, or there can be depression that occurs during certain times of the year. In the States, they have what they call seasonal depression. Seasonal, yeah, seasonal depression. Anyway, when it gets cold, we're not in Guam, but when it gets cold and get gloomy, people have sad, they have a low melatonin, and they have an issue with depression. Okay, so we talked about wiring. The big one of this, that's what we talked about, stress and trauma. Chronic stress does impact your brain. So some of our students, even though their brains are developing, chronic stress is going to develop, it's going to impact the way they're thinking and the movement and development. Okay, we talked about trauma, the CNS. When we get upset, it activates, and what happens? We act out. We have behavioral disorders. People that are predisposed to genetic issues may be what they call high wire, hot reactors. We know some people that sometimes they react very quickly, and it's just wiring in their brain. Okay, but all right, we can skip that one. All right, let's get back. Okay. Anyway, bottom line is depression impacts the brain. Okay, that's good to remember that. Our whole thinking process, our whole thought process, problem solving is impacted. How many have heard that there's stigma because you're taking antidepressants? Ever heard that? Yeah. So, probably 20, 30, 40 years ago, it was probably unheard of to talk about depression openly. Now people are a lot more open to that and being able to discuss they have depression or they've been in treatment. Because 80% of depression can be remediated. 8 out of 10 cases, they can get better. And most of the people who know that were treated got better. Okay, so then, next one.
So what happens if we don't treat depression? Remember we were talking about people going 1 out of 5 children are undiagnosed. There's a significant risk of increased alcohol and drug use, significant relationship problems, increased school problems, lowered grades, behavioral problems, tardiness, and absentee. High risk for suicidal thoughts, attempts, and possibly death. So, depression is a medical illness, like we said. It's no different from any other cardiovascular, diabetes, but youth later in life, even after the initial episode improves, youth who experience a major depressive episode has a 70% chance of having a second major depressive episode within 5 years. So many of the same problems that occur, you really need to get treatment, be consistent to manage those symptoms.
It's called the kindling effect. So let's say you've been treated for depression and then you get off the medication and you have another stressor, you're more prone to it. It's like if a spark hits kindling. Kindling is real fine paper, wood, stuff that burns real quick. It'll just flare right up. It's called a kindling effect. Same thing happens with substance abuse. You may be sober for 10 years, take 2 drinks, your brain all of a sudden says, whoa, we're back to addiction again.
What should teachers be looking for? Depressed or irritable mood? Look for directly and indirectly say, I hate my life, when they're very negative. Okay? Easily irritated, rebellious behavior, seldom looks happy, frequent crying spells, wears somber clothes, listens to music, who has themes in writing of undertones like death. And what's the last one?
Has friends who appear depressed or irritable. And misery loves miserable company. The other issue is boys or young men might be aggressive. That's kind of externalizing, as opposed to young ladies might be internalizing, which means they will be kind of isolated. Okay, there might be some decrease in interest, withdrawal, hygiene. You see a student that was pretty well cleaned up all the time, someone comes in, not taking care of themselves, not shaking, not taking a shower, those kinds of things.
And also changes to a more troubled peer group. I would say delinquency has some relationship to depression, especially if it's not their norms as usual.
Right. So the next one is psychomotor activation or slowing. Look for how they move, how they mope around the house, significant change in the appetite and weight, and how they easily, like they like snacks, right? Frequently eat when they're stressed. They come into overeating or stress. So again, you wouldn't know that at home, but if their behavior is changing erratically, kind of keep note of that, and then you should really try to talk to them.
Okay, sleep. What is the average number of hours an adolescent sleeping these days? How many have adolescent kids?
Anybody?
Anybody?
What does it say?
4 to 5. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know, with social media, they're on the phone. Actually, the screen with the blue light will keep them awake. You know,
Fire the brain and keep you awake. Yep.
And say, okay. And then fatigue, loss of energy. Okay. Student that was doing pretty well, or at least average. Now all of a sudden, they've given up and they're not doing their schoolwork, or basically, not involved with all kind of interest.
Feelings of worthlessness or inappropriate guilt. This is what describes themselves as bad or stupid. And seriously, when they think very negatively, they talk that way clearly. They have issues with self-esteem. But what do you think of this underlying issue with depression is self-esteem? And so if they have no hope or goals, and I'm going to tell you, when I see students in therapy or I'm assessing them, I like to say, what do you see yourself doing in a year? Because that would be an indicator, one indicator that there's still hope. Okay? That they're not wanting or planning to die at the moment. So that's pretty much it. And then 8, decreased concentration. That's when they're easily distracted and they're wandering with their thoughts. Teachers, you know that, especially if they have, because it could look like ADHD, but if they're wandering more often or frequently after 2 weeks, again, I really recommend that you send them to a counselor.
Okay, we actually went through these already for high risk for suicide. Let's see. Some of the issues might do is acting out, multiple partners maybe, binge drinking, drug use, disturbed eating patterns, maybe binging, or the anorexia issue, and then smoking or vaping, and then also violence. Again, these are not to say that we pathologize our young folks, but if you see these symptoms in somebody that normally they were pretty much in the middle there, and they start acting out like that, there's something going on, something happening.
So the 17% of youth with more than 3 problem behaviors were the youth who acted, they accounted for 60% of medically treated suicide attacks. There was a research done in Cornell University that an average youth will go into the emergency room 3 times a month. But they need follow-up after. Because the key here is follow-up care. Compared to adolescents with 0 problem behaviors, the odds of a medical treated suicide attempt would be 2.3 times greater among respondents with 1.8, with 2, 8.3, with 3, 30 point, with 30.8, with 4, 50 point, with 5, and it goes on. So if you look at it, this is telling you that's why we really need to talk with them and have that hard discussion. Thanks.
Okay, we might have some common statements just to kind of go through it. If somebody comes up to you, they're pretty happy-go-lucky and they say, I shouldn't be here, it might be a red flag. Or they say, I'm going to run away, they pretty much, you thought that they liked their home. Of course, I wish I were dead. I'm going to kill myself. I wish I could disappear forever. If a person did this or that, I wish he would die. In the last couple, maybe if I died, people wouldn't love me more. And I want to see what it feels like to die. Working on the reservation, they had hanging parties. I might have heard a really tough one. So 3 or 4 youth get together and make a pact. and they all decide we're going to do it together, so we can check it out, or whatever we call it. And so we find three or four together that all drink their lives at the same time.
So some other behavioral warning signs is common signs: previous suicidal thoughts or attempts, expressing feelings of hopelessness or guilt, increased substance abuse, becoming less responsible and motivated. They talk and joke about suicide. Remember, there's a lot of truth when they joke, okay? I'm not even talking about you, it's just people in general. Giving away possessions, having several accidents resulting in injury, like close calls. So preoccupation with death, violence, TV, movies, drawings, books that play music, risk behavior, jumping from high places, extreme type of behaviors. School problems is a big one. They drop in grades, falling asleep, emotional outbursts, or other behavior unusual for the student, wants to join a person in heaven because of really complex, grief, themes of death and artwork approaching, etc. Take it seriously when you see that in the writings or recitals.
So, what on earth can I do as a teacher? What on earth can I do? Okay, so we are reluctant to ask the questions at times, but depression is an illness and it can be treated. So as a teacher, as an aide, as a person working in the school, even the people that work taking data clerks, people in the front office, each one of you are the eyes and ears of these students. If you saw somebody have a heart attack, would you make some attempt to administer CPR? How many of us are certified in CPR? We should have, thank you, we should have as many people certified in CPR as we have, and we should have as many people certified in first aid and mental health as we have in CPR. It's the same thing. And anybody can learn the right question to help a depressed person. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't have to be a psychologist. It doesn't have to be the counselor. It could be anybody that has the right relationship with that student to make the right call.
A caring and trusted adult, that's the key. Caring and trusted adult. So reduce stigma. Stigma about having mental health problems gets students from seeking help or even acknowledging the problem. That's the biggest difficulty is you are not crazy. It is an illness and it can be treated. Reducing the fear and shame you carry about having such shameful problems is critical. I'm going to tell you, working for mental health for 15 years, people make comments not knowing that I work there and say, I don't want to go to that house. They're afraid to go in. So the reality is we need to change our thinking. People must learn that depression is treatable, and learning about suicide and teaching our students makes it possible for us to overcome the fears about the S question, and that is suicide.
Okay, so how do we ask? We learned QPR. How to ask?
Quick. Has anyone taken this QPR online? Guam Behavioral Health is supposed to have they got a grant for people to be trained in QPR. Raise your hand if you've heard of it. Well, one day you're really get out because it's Zoom. You take a class and they give you your certificates after you pass a few questions, 5 questions to be exact. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, anything from this training, QPR. Question, asking the S question. Are you feeling like hurting yourself? And this is when you have a good relationship with the students. Persuade, getting the person to talk and seek help. R, refer, getting the person to professional help. QPR. Again, we're not asking you to diagnose. We're not asking you to go ahead and provide the treatment. But if you find a person, give them at least that few minutes to rethink things, you may make a big difference to save their life.
All right, so ask the question. Do you see them, if they're pretty down? Do you think, does that seem hopeless to you? Have you ever thought it would be easier to be dead? Ask it. Do not be afraid. Have you considered suicide? Remember, you cannot make someone suicidal by talking about it. They are already thinking about it. They have thoughts of it. And then if you get an answer as yes, don't panic. You walk into the counselor. If you are panicky, because I'm going to tell you, our teacher, until you throw it to somebody else. But they went to you and they shared that with you. You need to ensure that you tell them, I'm really concerned. I need you to talk to the counselor. Okay, there's a question here. Yes, Mr. B.
How would I frame it? I guess my question is, yes, on the school level, we kind of are obligated to identify and refer. But in most cases, when the referral is been made, there seems to be a very long delay in services provided to our students in the outside agencies, which kind of creates a domino effect of problems that we are then faced with. Leads to absenteeism on the student side, and then causes more so things in the family as well, especially when parents are working and the child is unable to get service and is unable to come to school due to the reason of referral. What would be I guess, where do we go with that?
So that's an excellent question. Unfortunately, I'm going to say this. This is why we do school-based behavioral health is access. All the research says access, and it's through school. Guam Behavioral Health is the single state agency. I can't tell you enough, there aren't enough psychiatrists. We're actually using general nurse practitioner, we're using other general doctors, and the wait can be 2 months. We're there because I know that they need to be medicated, and it helps because I have friends there that come from there, but I'm just saying that they come back to school saying it's a 2-month wait to be seen by the psychiatrist. If they have insurance, I recommend them, they call the insurance and call ANC, IHP, private providers to get them connected. Now, if they don't, you really just have to do a lot of follow-up and your due diligence to make sure that they're connecting. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, there aren't enough providers. Like, a lot of us do have a full-time job, and we only do it when we moonlight. So it's not like there's someone that, other than IHP, they do it full-time. Okay, just so you know. So the question would be a very complicated question, because you could send to Westin, but do they fit the grant population? That's one age group might not be. 2, Guam Behavioral Health is a single state agency, and there aren't enough of people to professionals who then can connect. So the question would be, if they have insurance, have them see and connect with them. But you then, in the meantime, provide that support of counseling.
And if I may, as consumers, we can advocate for more providers to be in our school district. If I may, there are only 6 school psychologists for 23,000 students. And one more time, 6 psychologists.
We're here.
We're all here.
Here, this is it.
This is it. And the school district I'm a product of, the Denver Public Schools, there's a question. There is one psychologist, school psychologist per school, right? So they're able to do the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, take care of all those resources that they need to do instead of trying to run over the district. So we got to talk to our legislature, we got to talk to our people that hold the funding, and we are building capacity as well. Go ahead, there's a question.
All right, just to answer the previous question, let's say we're dealing with low income, no insurance. How would you do follow-up care with that? And they have, they're considered latchkey kids, which means the parents are not always in the picture all the time. So taking those into consideration, how we can further help them.
So the question, and that's a great question, several things. I'm not quite sure we provide services for charter schools, but we do provide therapy through a process. Second, Guam Behavioral Health, their mandates, they cannot deny you. I get it, I'm gonna tell you a big issue is transportation. Okay? Oh yeah, but you have an obligation as a mandated reporter, that would be medical neglect, not education. Not trying to, and you know, as a social worker, you know that that's where that, between the hard place and the hard rock, you're gonna have to do what's right, right? There's no easy answer, we're very ready to know that. I wish I could save the whole community, but the reality is that there aren't enough of us. There's only one psychiatrist, well, we got someone on site there, but two, and the long wait list of them, and it takes 3 to 6 months, sadly, to be seen by them. So the question would be, where would you refer them? Honestly, check a minute, and I would check too, and I can get back to Vanjie, but I can see if charter schools, I don't know if we service them. We have you guys ever heard about universal screening? I wrote a grant and we were screening, we had 8 schools, and we screened the grade level. And we used these real validated, reliable tools. We just paid for a web base, but it looks at, again, trauma, substance use, anxiety, and depression. And then they score a number, they're going to tier 2, and they get a social worker attached to that. If it's immediate, we do a safety plan. We use a Columbia risk assessment. We then, and that is a screener, that number will determine, do we do a safety plan, notify the parent, and what are our recommendations because we're licensed, right? Oh no, we need to go to Guam Behavioral Health for acute care, possible admission. Our policy really, and I did that because I know how it is working from mental health. How do we capture those students? They tell you if they don't have, some people do, and actually Guam Behavioral Health, that's the only one that would take it, or Westin. But the age group, you're gonna have to see if they qualify. Okay? Great questions.
I'd like to answer that question. I am working right now very, very hard on 2 things, and it's just me on the council that seems to, I asked my council members to assist me. So the one big thing that I've been pushing is to have all charter schools have medical and dental care. Been working with Calvin Select Care, it's been a back and forth battle. Because when, I'll make this really short, some charter schools, you have your own, it's a smaller group, it's very high, very costly. So if we go in as a larger group, we can mandate, or we can say, look, you don't want us, so we're gonna go to Staywell, which what I'm doing now is I'm looking at Calvin Select Care, and I'm looking at Staywell. And whoever will give us the bigger deal. I know that the government of Guam goes with Calvin Select Care, but I'm going to fight to say, look, saving, like what we do, we're saving the government money. Per student pupil, we're at this. I'm doing the same thing. If Staywell can offer us a better deal, then why not go with Staywell? We're saving, again, the government money. So that's the first thing that I've been working on for the last 4 months. The second is regarding services. So I'm right now in this pivotal moment, because I've been struggling with this, is to hire one person, because I am requesting for $250,000 for the council to hire an accountant and to get a contractual psychologist or MSW, is that what it's called?
Social worker.
Social worker, a master's degree social worker that can assist all the charters and work for all the charters, so they can go wherever they're needed. They're not only restricted to BTEC, or it's wherever it's needed, they will go and we do contractual work. So I haven't brought this up, I didn't, Darlene, because Darlene's been pushing this great idea about the insurance, and I've been really working on this. Was hoping to get something by August, but it's we're not a priority. It seems that way. But if we go with select care, it will become if we go with Staywell, it will become a priority because Staywell has been very good at responding to us. So we may get a better deal. And then we'll talk about that. The second is to hire, I've been talking with I don't wanna slaughter her name, but she's a Rosario. And she's in this field, and I'm really thinking of putting her on as a contractual. So let's just say BTEC says we have this problem. She will schedule it with BTEC and then give the report to BTEC. And then as long as she gives Felly how many visits she's done within the month, and we don't want to know just the schools, and that's one option that I'm going with. So to answer your question, it's on the works.
I'm
Thank
working
you.
that's very visionary because the reality is and I'm not trying to put anyone here in Guam now because I'm a proud person from Guam, but we are far behind. And the reality is, how do we catch up? Catch up to the needs and demands of our students. We're far from it.
If I may, another area, and we all can do this, is we can work on prevention.
Yeah.
We can work on building up protective factors, and that's what you're doing in your charter schools. You're finding areas that the students are going to find strengths. Your data, your music, your culture, sports activities. So if you do that, that makes a difference to the 80% of students that are tier 1. They're basically just looking for lead prevention.
So we're doing something right now.
Very
That's a very good way. Do you know what? We say this a lot, and I like to go back to simple and basic stuff. What is a protective factor? We say them a lot, but do we really understand that? Anybody? I'm taking the time out because it's so important to know. What is a protective factor?
What you're doing in the schools are protective factors that are decreasing the risk. They're decreasing the risk. A student that's interested in cultural dance or in music or in sports, jiu-jitsu, that's building up the protective factors. Okay? Risk factors are things that we already have. Our community, our level of income perhaps, having typhoons, those things, living in a colony, those things are risk factors. But we build up protective factors, and we're small enough, we can make a big difference in this group. And each and every one of you are involved in that, in prevention. I'm a strong believer in this model that the schools they know best what to do with their students.
Yeah, absolutely. Which we're going to go to our last slide and then our activity, and we will close out. Again, we have to look at it. You are not a doctor. We say that the danger is he or she, the student. See them as a person. If they have a previous history, you need to ask is what happens if they say they've had an attempt previously? They're at what? Greater risk. Does he or she have a plan? How specific is the plan? And do they have access to the needs? That is very critical. Because if they do, more than likely, they can do it and complete that suicide.
And we develop a safety plan if there's issues with the student. That uses the
So now we're going to go into our activity, which is our last slide. All right, can I have people? Thank you to my team, Tony, who's volunteering. We're going to have everyone get our last activity today, so you can wrap this up. You're going to get a piece of paper and you're going to answer the question, what are your current protocols for suicide at your school? Do you have one? And if you don't, what does that look like? Because you really need to have an SOP or a protocol. One, I'm glad to live in Guam because a lot of suing or death or honestly, when I was working in California, it's always lawsuit. Which I learned to say people just like to sue. Guam is not they don't really do that, so that's a good thing. But please look at the question, what are your current protocols? So I'm going to ask you to put your school at the top. And what are your current protocols for suicide? set at your school, and you do not have one, what would it look like?
So what I've been working
Right?
with
We'll give you 10 to 12 minutes to complete it, and then we're going to report out to conclude.
The scale is good. Yes. And this is why it cannot be sole source. That's what I'm going to use too. And if you know anything, let me know because I like to. Yes, but that's what I'm asking. Have a select your
we asked for select care before net care.
oh, the net care.
Select care, take care.
There you go.
So this really you need to, but because
Yes. Because I've already got some of the data. What you doing? Because I've also been working on getting a MSW on board as a contract. And every month they go to the schools they do their own schedule. But in 7 schools they have to go to every month to 7 schools. So like this month they do prevention. Then they prepare, it's every other month. The next following month, they do bullying. All the entire month, it's only in bullying. Then the other month, it'll be totally on, like, what is bullying? I have already made a list here, like bullying. This is why I'm asking this for your anxiety. And then the other one is for every month she will go to talk to little groups, students, or it's up to you guys. But she's dedicated to 2 hours. And because we do this, I'm gonna have to make it where it's like that. Because I think that would, if people say no, we're being proactive. But I'm really hoping by next year we get insurance. Right now, who's your insurance? How much is yours?
So they put us under they were saying a special thing that they put us under a group of people that are also free. So they put us in this number.
They did tell me this too, that they may have to do that with us.
Yeah. So this is the reason why we got a little bit of good days.
So what I'm going to do, what I've been talking to them is that we're going to not only put that, but all of the 7 charter schools together, like that. Instead of having small groups, have a big group, and it give us a good job.
So we need to argue.
Yeah. Okay, yes. But I've been working on this for the last 4 months. Okay, I already asked that question to Senator. Because I would like to do that, like 2 DOEs here, and they're in large group, and we fall under, like, yes, and then we can feedback on them so we can get lessons. They said no. I don't think it's. And I have to send it no, really.
That's all
But these are the things I'm working on. It's been a lot of work. Outside of my work. Yes, I will. Yes. I will. Okay. I will. I'll put that in my to-do list. Yes.
So where our goal is to register for another
Yes, okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Good, yes, good.
Go to the other side, and you have 2 days of professional development, and you have 2 days of professional development. That's what happens.
Okay.
So we split it.
Okay. But yes, I'll get it to you.
then we stay in our that's the same, we don't care, but how much responsibility do you want very that we're not we can tell the parents
No, really.
they follow up with the parents to be sure. Like with the one child that they sent to be very well, they follow up with the parents. And then they put that there and they're waiting for the parents.
Okay. No, I been working it out. I try to because you know my station. I think she told me that. Regardless of that. Yes. So I am trying to get where they can come from the school. I'm trying to go.
You asked her about safety plans, how we could do it out of the way.
All day. The morning to yes, I agree. And then no, yeah, so I am used to the sales.
I hear what you're saying.
Right here. Right here. Right here. Kelly. It's okay. We will move the table.
Because I don't want to mess up.
No, absolutely.
You should know better. That's things that does not make any sense to them. But you know, talking about what's going on, that kind of stuff. What's wrong with you? You should know better. Those things are legitimate questions that at the same time, we don't want to get to the point where those things to manipulate and then we follow up with the parents and see what happens.
I will figure it out. Because I know it's needed.
Follow up right with parents.
Understood. I've already spoken to them. I'm going to say it. Yes, sure. We can move the table. No, we can move it back this way. Don't worry. No, Sally, can you get the workers to move the table? Sure. At the workers. No, Mr. Cemento, we'll just move out the workers. No. When you're listening, that's what I'm asking. Please stay behind because you can see, like what you're saying, the preventers or whatever you call it. Yes, they're gonna because
I'm just gonna take it.
Okay. So like this morning, yesterday they had the performance from Career Tech, and this morning they had the band from Tech, and then tonight after this is Mount Carmel.
Okay, Okay, just a second.
Want to go to the other side? Yeah, I got it. No worries. Ready? Back.
Yes. Just a second. The computer.
Hold the line.
Yes, this is.
No.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. My mom is a okay, I know that my mom is yes, so my mom is
Shoot, man.
This is being done.
Just a second, it comes to Ryan.
Unplug this?
What's Hold on, just a second. Right.
Oh, they're setting up for the picture. Oh, up to where?
yeah, but my mom is this more than enough? We can move it back to the box. Okay, you sure? I want to make sure you guys do your thing. Yes. Yeah, there you go. For the that school, it's
We're ready.
By the way, please do not be fearful. We do not have a protocol. That's why it says if you do not have one, what would it look like? So we have a volunteer, Miss Anna?
That's good.
Okay, here we go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Castro.
Here we go. Here's your,
Oh man.
Everyone listen
Okay,
up.
here we go. So, first thing we did, sorry, let me get my glasses.
Will,
That was a big
Mr.
call. Let me get my
Castro,
glasses.
can you come up here to the center?
Oh, really?
please come to the front, Dr. Castro, Mr. Castro, please.
Oh boy, come in.
Right over here.
My glasses.
That means everybody who's presenting can come up to the front, please.
The center.
Come on up. Come on,
Come
go.
in. That's right.
There we go.
Oh yeah,
Introduce yourself.
yeah. Okay, how about we try something different here? So,
The whole team.
everybody, Mrs. Myra Viola is going to read off what we would otherwise do. And you want to verbalize or do you want me to verbalize? I'll verbalize. Check this out. This is cool. I will enunciate. Articulate. Are you ready? Here we go. First of all, let's give her a round of applause. She can only see you. Well, she can't hear you. Yep, you gotta do this. This is applause. All right. Me. Okay, here we go.
Nice. Oh, this is so nice.
So we were discussing the protocols at our table. And the first, you always need to develop a safety plan, and then first step we'll do, assuming that we got notification or reacting to something, is provide a safe space, secure the student. Provide support and notify the supervisor, right? So that will be your administrator or counselor. Depending on the situation, you would notify the appropriate agency. Awesome. And then she said, Miss Myra Bedoya said, we're looking for early signs, right? And then follow-up. So these are, sorry, let me provide context. These are discussions about if there are early signs to a suicide note, as an example. Don't forget to follow up. If there's an actual suicide that you happen to catch in progress, you have to follow up and then take these protocols. And then even if there was discussion or post-suicide attempt, it has to be a follow-up, and there's various protocols for that. And that's what we came up with as a team. And I will admit, we have to develop our own procedures and adopt that. We do have a school-based counselor, and so it just made us very aware that we have to further articulate and make it available to everybody. Didn't she make us sound really smart?
Yes.
All right, so there you go. They're giving you a round of applause.
Great
job. Next group, please.
Amazing. Safety plan is very key, so they can refer, and we are welcome to provide you our safety plan, and you change it to your logo, but it's internal triggers, coping skills, external safe places and numbers where they can reach. That can we love to share. So we can send it to Ms. Vanjie, she can then send it out.
And we'll make sure that each starting school gets it. Don't make it hard, don't reinvent the wheel, just copy and paste it. That's what I say. Thank you.
Okay. It's a plural. Paulo Tonsa is a mommy protocol. Law. Cara organ, the Mamati from a good. Tot tempo, the Manhology from a good in Tokto, in Sonori San and Guajasia. Like the Mapo is going to have some holiday from a good in Tokto, Sia, and Sonori San and Guajasia. The Parabelli is here. Terus sekarang masuk itu ya. Lalu jadi Guam yang mami jadi Guam masih seri di sekolah. Tuki papa jadi merata masih seri. Pak jadi Esther jadi masih seri gina momentu sinong tuki sama na umalapan. Número 2, latumu man kakamagas di sekolah sia. Dan tutori manyaina. Número 3, la seguro na todo tempo nota papa sia informação que ele informa agora. Número 3, todo tempo na guarda finamórico todo tempo na guarda mórico na sinangan dan contohnya no kualitas. Jadi itu orang bulan penaikan. Número 5 na seguro na cek di madrasah tahu dan cek kalau tutup-tutupnya nama tetap ada problema dan segala lokasi di mana yang kuat dinilaikan pada masih necesita juga. Kalau dinasakan para guaha sekolah lalu Senior berarti iman magas mami memenuhi mas information zaman settemana na para buwahan. Setuju semua sih.
In translation, what they said is they don't have a policy, but long story short, they bring a lot of love to each of the students, a very family-oriented school, charter school, and they greet and hug every child so no child is left behind. That's basically what they stated.
Good job, and I'm going to say something that was important. You said notify the parent. Ultimately, the parent is the custodian of all the records. They make the decision. So good job. All right, who's next? You can come to the front, please. We're going to move this off so we can get this. Whatever's next.
Yeah. Listen, Ms. Nadine, can I ask that all your staff to stay behind and see the great work of Mount Carmel, because BTech that you saw how talented they were. So I'm going to ask you kindly.
Oh, okay, here you. And by the way, I'll send our protocols for just the safety plan, and we'll provide that to you.
Let's go, guys.
So hi, we're from Guam Academy. So we have a suicide protocol. So what it would look like is that the first 70 students would express thoughts of suicide, and we don't leave that student alone. So we would provide a safe space for those students so that they're able to express themselves freely, and preferably with someone that they're comfortable with. And then the second one would be parents should be informed of their student's situation, and then assessment of the student should be made by teachers, counselors, along with the school nurse. So, sorry, can you hear me shaking?
Oh, you're fine.
So with the assessment, we just had a lesson on anxiety. Give an example now. So for the assessment, it would be like the physical assessment, so checking if there's any markings on them, like so signs of abuse, any self-harm, those kind of things. Kind of checking in on them, seeing how they're feeling, like signs that would reason why they want to commit suicide. So, and then also going back into their files and seeing if there's any events that would let us know that it's happened before. So like previous behaviors that were noted down in the files. And then contacting or referring to Guam Behavioral and following up on a student and their well-being daily. And also documentation should always be taken in this situation, and that confidentiality should always be observed. Yeah.
Good job, Dad. Okay, the next group is... Who's the next volunteer? Let's go, moving right along.
If you didn't just see what's...
Can we stay here?
No. That's what He's asking, not me.
Come to the center.
And I'm just like, when she's asking to come to the center.
Inclusion.
I work from Iron. We
Yay!
currently have a protocol. But what we would usually do is refer the child to the principal. Then the principal will usually contact the parent, and then from there they'll assess the child, and if they have to refer them to mental health, they'll do that, and then we'll usually the principal would contact the parents and follow up and see if everything's okay.
Good.
All right, Mr. B. I know you, so I'm going to pick on you.
Come on, B-Tech.
Who's going to help? I can assist in
Okay. B-Tech.
B-Techs. Sorry, we don't have fancy bullet points. We just want to kind of do some chart. So this is kind of the flow chart of what we've been practicing at B-Techs. So we get a range of reports of, like, suicidal comes from the teachers, staff, sometimes parents, and the students. So those reports tend to come to my office as the counselor first, and then what we do is we'll run the assist with the child to determine the level of severity and the nature of that child's suicidal thoughts, whether it's just a thought or if there's an actual plan that is put in place with the child. And from there, we can determine whether a safety plan needs to be drafted and designed, or we need to contact the parents and notify them about the information provided to the child or children. And then, of course, in the same token, I would have to notify my administration. And then, based on the need of the child, we tend to resort to outside agencies. We partnered up with Westcare, and so that's an agency that we've been utilizing. And also, of course, Guam Behavioral Health here. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Next group is, who's left?
Who's next?
Come on.
Sifa, come on.
You're not last, Harry. Mark, come. Yeah, we have to go.
Okay. Let's go. No, come on, sit back.
We're hosting. We got this. Okay, Buenas, we are C Club. So first and foremost, safety first, always make sure as soon as we hear something, we try to make sure they're safe and there's nothing wrong with the camera or anything like that. And then I put in bold letters after every step, documentation, 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 documentation. So first to get the documentation, you know, who said it, like it could have been just an observation by a classmate, something that the teacher observed. Nobody knows our students better than our teachers, of course, right? So we investigate, document what we found out in that investigation. We do our notifications where we tell, of course, our parents, because they make the decisions for our children, of course. Our administrators, because I'm an acting health through too, goes through me first and then I go to myself. But after that, again, documentation. Then we have an intervention plan, and it's kind of based on like risk history, what we know so far about the background, what happened, that kind of thing. And then based on that, we go through, if we have to do the referral, we refer to, behavioral or whatever community health services are out there as well. Scare, we use them too. After that, we do again documentation, very key documentation. And then we have like the essential safety strategies, like what was found out was a recommendation from our referral, that kind of stuff. We can make sure that we implement that into the students' classes and whatnot moving forward. And then of course, documentation again after we come up with those strategies. And then we follow up.
Who's next?
All right, who's next? No.
Two more groups somewhere back there.
Well, Carl, can we have you come up? They actually have a protocol in place. Rather surprising.
You're not surprised they have an attorney on their board of
I'm
trustees.
surprised.
Not surprised. Buenas.
We are Mount Carmel Academy Charter School. In the beginning, we also just want to put out that we also have preventative measures that we take every morning. So from 8 o'clock to 8:15 a.m., students are checked in and parents are notified of their attendance in class. We want to make sure that all of our parents know that they are present because we want to make sure that no one's wandering and our students are getting ready for the day. Now, in terms of the protocol that we do have, of course, documentation, everyone said it, but all the documentation are created that pertains to the incident, and it's then submitted to all of our admin. After that, we also have teacher intervention. So, of course, our teachers that are closest to the student, or even have the student just for an elective, we want to ensure that all the teachers are notified and also have a standpoint in the intervention so the student knows that they're not alone. Then we have admin and parent involvement. Of course, when our admin steps in, parents will then come into the picture and then we can all work together to assist. And then of course, a referral to the proper channels, Guam Behavioral, Guam Police Department, and Child Protective Services. Last but not least, in order for the student to return to school, if there was an incident that occurred, a student will need clearance from provider before returning. And that's our protocols. Thank you.
Is that the last group?
Are we missing anybody?
Last call.
Right. I think that concludes it. I hope that it will be beneficial with the information that we shared with you all. I'm going to make a promise that I'm going to provide a chapter since we write it. You can take it and use it and use the safety plan. I recommend you use the safety plan, but we'll provide that to Ms. Vanjie and then she can send it to
All the schools.
your schools.
I'll just tell you, thank you for your time and your very interesting. Keep up the good work.
just because we're very efficient at the charter schools, I just wanted to say this. We provided this to Marissa Borja. We provided Miss Marissa Borja with a certificate of appreciation, and we're going to do the same for DOE. I will email your superintendent and let her know who was present, because she did tell me yesterday, make sure my team, you report back to me on my team that's going to do your 2-day presentation. So I will do that report. I'm going to ask a survey go out, and Ms. Felly is going to send out the survey tomorrow to let all the 7 charter schools fill out a survey to tell me feedback, if it was good, graded from 1 to 5, and what would you like to see on the next workshop. So we can work on getting this done for you, because again, this is not for me or the council, this is for all the 7 charter schools. And please be honest with your feedback, because I won't know unless you tell me, okay? And then don't forget, last call, to give Ms. Felly your family or families the name, so we can get this, because I told her I want this out. I want this out to give it to each of the charter schools. So with that, I'm going to give this certificate of appreciation to Nadine T. Cepeda, Dr. Edward Santos, Dr. Tony Cruz, and Jesse Paleto. I do know that you have Sonia who came today, but I'm gonna let you know we're very quick. She will get her certificate of appreciation by tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you for all the participation. And a little gift from the council. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. So if we could have, can I have at least one representative from each council, each of the 7 charter schools? Can I get one representative come up, take a picture with them? Because we'd like to put this on our website. One rep? Yes. Can I get one representative from each of the charter schools to come up? One, please, just one. Island, Sipa, Career Tech, Gap. One, please. Come on. One rep from each of the charters. Corral, Career Tech. Career Tech. No, I like them to be. It's all about them, not about me. Yes. Okay, can I have the sign language interpreters to be present? Because this was 2 days of beginning to end. Can you please be included? Can we have your sign language interpreters come up as well to be taken into you deserve to be in this order? Please fit yourself in, I apologize. Ms. Fanny, please make sure that everyone is seen. Is this every one of the interpreters? And everyone from each of the 7 charter schools? Where's from Carmel? Okay, just want to make sure. Dax? Okay. Okay, gonna count to 3, and then you're gonna just say, charter schools. 1, 2, 3. Charter schools. Viva! Yes, thank you. Okay, please everyone, you're not to disappear. Roll call, mandatory. Our students are gonna do their thing. Can we have one Karma come up? There you go. Your mic is short, or you need the mic? You need the mic? Okay. Yes. Yeah, you could.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much.
You're very much. Only because I don't want people to stay behind so late.
Yes, ma'am.
can you please return that because I don't want my sister to be accused for stealing DOE items. Please return it, thank you. Can everyone please stay put? Come on, come in. Come over if you want. And while they're getting prepared, I wanted to say that Dr. Cruz from DOE, his son was the second place runner-up several years ago. That we have our charter school logos. His son was the second place, and we do put them on all of our charter school emblems. And so just wanted to recognize Dr. Cruz on that. The poster is right behind you. It's right back here. So everything we do with charter, the first, second, and third place winners, all of it is on our charter school letterheads. Thank you. Okay, this is Mount Carmel. The question they asked me, sir, is what grade can they join at Mount Carmel to do this?
So, I want to say thank you for your time. Long days, I get it, long days, especially these type of events. I'm very honored to be here, and I stand on the shoulders of many great people, yourselves included, because this dream of having martial arts inside of a school was impossible in the DOE. In charter, very much possible. So thank you so much, fellas. Thank you, So I want to say thank you, Sir Mike, and I want to show. People are scared to say, I don't know why. Charter schools are better than DOE schools. We're more closely related, like I'm animated all the schools. We understand the children better at charter schools. We know all of the kids' names, all 500 kids in the school. I think Josephus has 700 something kids.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's different. I learned, sorry. This is new. They started doing jiu-jitsu, which requires a uniform and a belt in Dubai and Abu Dhabi a long time ago. A lot of funding, a lot of oil money. The studies that have come out have shown drastic improvement in every spectrum you can measure for children. Every spectrum. I'm not making this up. The doctor was here yesterday talking about it.
Yes.
Through martial arts, Miss Dr. Wandi Pat, she said simple, it's our responsibilities.
Yeah.
It's our responsibilities as educators, as teachers, and as coaches for the welfare of their social, intellectual, moral, physical, their love, and their emotions. We're responsible for that. In martial arts, I get to shortcut all of that. I do this every day. The virtues of martial arts that I teach these kids every day, that our coaches teach, that has spread throughout the school, has become a culture at MCS. Integrity, courage, humility, respect, compassion, honesty, honor, duty and loyalty, consistency, righteousness, perseverance, and something that everyone talks about but you never see it is accountability. Make sense?
Yes.
I ask a lot of our students every day, I ask a lot of them. You're not allowed to train on the competition team if you don't have at least a C average. You're not allowed to train with us if you don't attend practice. I don't care what your excuse was. We've been to Japan, we've been to Virginia, in a year and a half, this team, these kids, from 5 years old, pre-K, all the way up to 8th grade, have been traveling around the world competing to find out whether or not they can do this thing. I can talk all day about how it improves their lives and how it helps them. But I want them to show what they want to show. And then we can ask them questions after.
Okay.
And then again, I really appreciate you for staying. I know it's a long day. Thank you for staying for our kids. Thank you. On our feet. Depending on which martial art we're doing for the day, there's many different ways to show signs of respect. First, hand shut. Bow. Grappling. Hand shut. Respects. This is what we do when we're striking at each other. We're punching and kicking at each other. We do not strike to the head and face, not in school. We take care of our brains. That's something that is number one. Okay, class. Spread out on that, please. Who wants to go first, my littles? Don't be shy now. Don't be shy now. Let's go. Who's gonna go first? Clayson. Let's go, Clayson.
Oh,
Shake hands, slow roll. Shake hands, slow roll. So this is called jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. The goal is to be able to control your opponent, top or bottom, and be able to submit them. If somebody gets put into precarious position, the number one goal of both participants is to become comfortable in the uncomfortable. You can use that anywhere in life. As they're rolling, give Haven the armbar, He gets the armbar, safety first. As soon as we get to a position that's unsafe or the arm is straight, a tap is had. Tap. Let go, reset, back to our feet. Again.
Good.
Sorry. Come on, Bradley, let's go, bud. So, big deal. I don't know if any of you know, but Mr. JP, I cannot think of his name. Mr. Jordan Burroughs, one of the greatest wrestlers in the world ever. Olympic gold medalist, world champion. That's where we went. We went to go train with the best in the world.
Wow.
All of our kids train twice a day, 6 hours a day, about sometimes 7. Yes, they were tired all the time. We got 2 days off the entire trip. This one was making fun of everybody because she took her day off and did an extra camp day with 3 women from Uzbekistan, College of Missouri, and another college. So she turned into an amazing wrestler just in 1 day. Ms. Zari, please, let's show them some of the takedowns you have. Wrestling takedowns. You're literally trying to just take your partner, your opponent, to the ground in a controlled position. Next one, let's go, girl. Let's go. Let me see that blue belt. Let me see that belt.
Nice.
See that belt. Your takedown. Oh my God, beautiful. Beautiful takedown. One more. Beautiful.
Nice.
Coco, let's go, Miss Kayla, let's go. There'll be flow rolling. We do this every day, 40 to 50 minutes a day. After school practice, 2.5 hours. Lunchtime competition training. Sometimes we run in the middle of the day. This will get your kids focused. This will make your kids tired. This will make your kids have a reason to get up to want to go to school every day. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies.
Nice.
but. So this kid, put some gloves on, Damien. Damien was the quietest one in our group. And just really quiet. Didn't really like striking, didn't really like rolling. The lightest kid on the team, so he'd get thrown around a lot. This trip we went on, he did so very well. You're gonna kick my legs, okay, instead of the pads. Hands up. Jump. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 2. You got it. Ooh, 1. Kick. Bang. Joy. 1, 2. Kick. Joy. Hands up. Check. Double jack. 1, 2. Good job. We talk about self-awareness, self-regulation, being aware of your surroundings. Right now, it's a lot of kids. Small mat. All of you on the mat, please, plus our coaches on the mat. On the mat. Find a partner. On your knees. On your knees. Normally, this would be unsafe. Oh, it's too small. They might hurt each other. Oh, shake hands. Take care.
Take care
of each other.
Each other.
Go. Taking a roll in a space this small while controlled. Get off your knees, off your feet. Off your feet, boys. In a controlled environment, not hurting each other. They can do this non-stop the entire class. Hi, my beautiful little ones. Let's go on our feet. Let's go. Nice. Charter school. I am biased. I'm a fan of you. MCS is like the Library of Congress. It holds all the secrets if you want this. You have space, you have time, and you have a budget. We can fly people in to add this to your curriculum. This does not work part-time. This does not work at the end of the day. This does not work one class in the morning. You need to put this in their life. When I first came to school, I tell this story all the time, I don't like it. When I first came to the school, none of these kids could do one push-up. Not one. Now all of them can do 10. No problems. These kids are awesome. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, please. Let me open up just in case you guys have questions for the kids, please.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
For the girls, it's not, I just want to know what made you want to come into this sport? To the girls.
Aside from it being curriculum-based.
Right. Aside that, but why? Was it for self-defense? Was it for, what was it for? Because I see you're so cute. I was looking at you, and I was telling you, I said, you're so cute. And you saw me say that to you. I want to know from you what made you want to do this?
Well, I just really like mixed martial arts. I just like fighting.
Nice. And what about the two other girls? What about you? I'd like to hear from you.
I'm actually a TA at Mark Carmel.
Okay.
I got into just because the coaches like seeing the kids and how I love contact. I play rugby as well.
Nice.
So seeing everybody do it, I just.
So you are beast. And you?
I wanted to challenge myself to work harder because everyone thinks that girls can't do anything. So I just wanted to push myself.
You go.
Mount Carmel also has a thing now where, because of the martial arts program, we're building a family. It's more than. It's more than. I've been telling you, I tell these kids every day, you need to be better than who brought you up. Be better than. We put one finger in the air because we're trying to be 1% better every day. These kids here, I had to trick them into liking martial arts now. They bug us every day if they can come into the room. They don't leave us alone. So
good.
It's a beautiful thing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Senator.
Now this will have dividends. Can you train our council chair to go on a bout with a senator and the winner?
Yeah!
Go get it,
Too easy. Too easy. Actually, coaches, raise your hands, please, because they look like the kids.
Wow.
Our coaches.
Wow.
Coach Jay, Coach Rod, Coach DJ. So if you see us around Island, say hello. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Yes, sir? Oh,
nice. 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 Great job.
Thank you, thank you. Don't be nervous, go walk.
Nice. Thank you, Mount Carmel, and thank you to this great team. I wanted to say for these 2 days before we close and leave, that these 2 days, we also, I shared with Feli, I said, Feli, I want each school to bring to the table something that they do. And every one of them did so. This is a reality of what we see at the different charter schools. It's amazing. And so if you ever doubt your existence for a charter, know that you are important. Your existence as a charter is very important because the students you serve, and we keep growing. There is a demand to enter your school, enrollment, and this is why we continue to march and fight for these great causes. And like I mentioned, I'm looking at you, Will. When you become senator, I told you this. No pressure, but pressure. We will hold you to the fire because you've been there and done it. You can know that the money we work for or work hard for, we work less. And what I mean is, we have less money, but we work far more. We've become so creative, innovative in everything that we do. And we shouldn't be penalized for doing great work. So I want to say thank you again to Mount Carmel, to BTAC's amazing band, and yesterday the sign language interpreters from Career Tech, amazing, thank you. Just thank you to everyone who did their part. We really, really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed. Please, when Feli sends the survey tomorrow, I need those surveys back, because that would dictate to the council what we can offer at the next workshop. I intend to make this more often because it's for you guys. And so put it in your survey and let me know so then we can move forward in this. And I would say thank you, have a good day, and hope your school opens on time, successfully, with no baggage from the media. And if it does, just know that we're going to support you. Okay? I'm there to tell, as long as you let me know, I can fight the fire. I can blow this down. I just need to know. And OSIFA, I am looking at you because just so everyone knows, there has been, as of yesterday, CIFA is moving into GW. And already people were calling Senator Chris Barnett's office saying, oh, did you guys even know that so-and-so with DOE? I don't know. We're not from DOE. But we signed the MOA, and it was signed. The peoples on the top signed it. That being, again, a DOE issue and matter. But CIFA dotted their I's and crossed their T's. So we're going to give them the support. Open up with the new school year, and have a great day, team. Thank you. Pictures! We need pictures because we're putting it up our website for the council. Can we come to the center here? It's only going to take 2 minutes, and then you may leave. Can everyone please come to the center? Biba! Nadine, you got markers here. Come to the center, please, just for a minute. I went last night, Nadine. Nadine, but the finale was Thursday, so. I know. Okay, thank you. I'll see you. Okay, thank you, sis. Thank you. Can everybody? Yeah, so we're gonna follow Feli. How Feli wants it. You know me. Gotta get in the picture. Who's gonna take the photos? So I need you guys all to. Okay. Can you ask You want to kneel? Okay, come here. Oh, no. I'll stand right there. Thank you. Come in. Where are you going to be at? Is everyone in the picture? I'm covering everyone.
Okay, I'm gonna count to 3, right?
Yes.
Charter school. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Charter school. One more. Two more. Put this on our website.
1, 2, 3.
Charter school.